What does it mean to be a disappointing NFL team? Usually it's not just a poor performance, because if that performance was expected, then it can't really be considered all that disappointing. It's a poor performance coupled with higher expectations, and those higher expectations almost always come from past performance. With that in mind, we have identified the most disappointing teams during the Super Bowl era, and we've done that through the use of C-score, a metric created by this channel in order to properly evaluate every team from the Super Bowl era from top to bottom, beyond simply looking at its record. For a more thorough explanation of C-score, be sure to check out the description of this video. This being the initial entry of this series, we will delve into our methodology. To qualify for this list, an NFL team will need to have a positive C-score one season, a higher C-score that surpasses 15 the next season, before a drop to a negative C-score the season after that. That would place this team in the third year into the disappointment category. As it turns out, 35 different teams fit this criteria, but we disregarded the 1977 Minnesota Vikings and the 2014 Carolina Panthers, because they not only made the playoffs, they won a playoff game. That then leaves us with 33 teams, and we're going to tackle them one by one. And at number 33 are the 2000 Buffalo Bills. Thank you for joining us today. We are ready to roll. The 1998 Bills put together a solid season, going 10-6 with a plus 67 point differential. The offense led the way, finishing 7th in scoring, while the defense was right in the middle of the pack, finishing 15th out of 30th in points allowed. This was all against a solid strength of schedule, resulting in a 12.113 C-score. By this point, the Bills were 5 years removed from their dominance of a weak AFC, resulting in their 4 consecutive conference championships, and with it their 4 consecutive Super Bowl losses. The AFC was growing stronger though, so if the Bills wanted to be part of this growing resurgence, then they needed to keep the pace. They took a big chance leading into the season, trading the number 9 overall pick in the draft, along with a 4th round pick, to acquire quarterback Rob Johnson from the Jacksonville Jaguars, a young passer with a stellar collegiate record thought to have a lot of untapped potential. To this point, Johnson had only made 1 career start, but it was undeniably incredible. With that 1 start and 368 career passing yards in 3 seasons, Johnson got himself a big contract for the time and was the clear starter going forward, again at the expense of a top 10 pick in the draft. Oh, and the Bills also added some other quarterback to their roster who hadn't played in the NFL for 9 seasons. After an 0-3 start, they went 10-3 the rest of the way, earning a wildcard spot in a highly competitive AFC East where 4 out of the 5 teams made the playoffs. All in all, pretty solid. They would lose their wildcard game at Miami, but 1999 was starting to take shape. Buffalo increased their record to 11-5 and their point differential to plus 91. They did drop to right in the middle of the pack in scoring, finishing 16th out of 31. Yeah, there were 31 teams now. But the defense came alive, allowing more than 100 fewer points and taking their ranking all the way to 2nd. Playing a solid schedule again, they landed a C-score of 17.504. So that means everything worked out with Rob Johnson, huh? Not so fast, my friend. He missed a lot of time with injuries in '98 and was replaced by that other quarterback the Bills picked up. That would be Doug Flutie, who had spent the last 9 seasons in the Canadian Football League, winning the CFL's Most Outstanding Player award 6 times and being part of 3 CFL Grey Cup winning teams. Their numbers weren't all that different, and in reality, Johnson was better in many ways. But Flutie's popularity and late-game heroics made him the starter even when Johnson was healthy, and that continued into 1999. But as we mentioned, the story in Buffalo this season was the defense. Amazingly, they had no Pro Bowlers on that side of the ball, but only the 14-2 Jaguars allowed fewer points against a much easier schedule. And indeed, by defensive C-score, the Bills did have the league's best D that year. Buffalo rode that to a second place finish in the AFC East and a spot in the wild card round. But the quarterback drama was not over. Flutie didn't have a stellar season, but he had been the starter for 15 games. Then, heading into that wildcard game, head coach Wade Phillips pulled Flutie from the lineup and named Rob Johnson and his 34 pass attempts for the entire season as the starter. That remains a debated point to this day, but on that day, it was all overshadowed by the Music City Miracle. And just like that, the Bills' promising season went down the drain in a 22-16 loss to the Tennessee Titans. Now for the disappointment. Looking to get back into the playoffs in 2000, the Bills instead went 8-8 while being outscored on the season by 35 points. Their strength of schedule remained hard, in fact it got harder, but they dropped all the way down from 2nd in points allowed to 18th, with the offense doing even worse at 20th in points scored. They sat at 7-4 at one point, but they couldn't hold on. Neither did their C-score, dropping to negative 0.958. Both quarterbacks were still in tow, but the Bills had other problems to deal with. Outside of Pro Bowler Reuben Brown, the offensive line took a step back. While the defense did get 2 Pro Bowlers this time around, they allowed 121 more points, and while their rate stats were still strong, they were down across the board. And the QB play wasn't there either, despite a strong bounce-back season from wide receiver Eric Moulds. But something even bigger loomed. Their special teams breakdown in the 1999 playoffs led to the firing of Bruce DeHaven, their special teams coordinator for the past 13 seasons. That did not fix the problems. Here is a direct quote from Football Outsiders. Could special teams possibly be that negative? Oh yes, they could. The 2000 Buffalo Bills had the worst special teams of any team in any season for which we have data. I would not be shocked if they had the worst special teams of all time, except maybe for some expansion teams in the 60s and 70s. Everything about special teams was horrible for the Bills that year. That's quite the assessment, and it also helps explain all those extra points Buffalo gave up this season, with Steve Christie's terrible kickoffs regularly providing their opponents prime field position. Most head coaches in this situation would realize this extreme liability and move on from the special teams coordinator. After all, Wade Phillips threw a 13-year veteran of the coaching staff overboard, essentially based on one-trick play gone wrong. But new coach Ronnie Jones wasn't going anywhere. That is, if Phillips had his way. Owner Ralph Wilson wanted Jones fired. Phillips refused. So Wilson fired Phillips, and Jones for good measure. Loyalty is a wonderful thing, but so too is choosing your battles wisely. Jones has stayed in coaching ever since, but hasn't spent a single day on an NFL staff or even a Division I college football staff. Meanwhile, Bruce DeHaven remained a special teams coordinator in the NFL for 17 more seasons until his untimely passing, coaching in a Super Bowl, and even making a return to the Bills. There was a lot of promise to be had with these 2000 Bills, and the fact that it got squandered isn't on its own so terrible. It's the fact that it was squandered on account of so many self-inflicted wounds. And while it may be a stretch to say that it started the dominoes falling, it was the first of 17 consecutive seasons where the Bills failed to make it to the playoffs. The 1989 Chicago Bears. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get this thing going. 1987 was a strike-shortened season that was further complicated by 3 games played mostly with replacement players, but that didn't affect the continued run of good seasons put up by the Bears. By going 11-4 with a plus 74 point differential, led as usual by the defense, Chicago landed themselves a C-score of 10.585. That would be on the field. Off the field, the strike created some other issues, mainly head coach Mike Ditka taking the side of the league and referring to his replacement players, dubbed the imposters of the Midway by others, as his real players. Those guys went 2-1 with the actual real Bears going 10-3. All in all, a good season, but a far cry from where they were just 2 seasons earlier. That would of course be the 1985 Bears, champions of Super Bowl 20, and still to this day, C-Score's greatest team of the entire Super Bowl era. They were still very good in 1986, and in fact allowed fewer points during the regular season than in 85, but they faltered in the divisional round of the playoffs at home against the Washington Redskins. With the 1987 regular season now over, and with all of the internal strife seemingly behind them, the Bears looked for their redemption in the playoffs, which once again involved a home game in the divisional round against, you guessed it, the Washington Redskins. With the top-seeded San Francisco 49ers already eliminated, a Chicago victory would give them home field advantage in the NFC Championship game against the Minnesota Vikings, a division rival they crushed at home in a replacement game and defeated on the road with the real players back. Instead, history repeated itself, and with Washington on the road to what would become a fairly improbable Super Bowl championship, the Bears' season once again came crashing down. 1988 saw several departures from Chicago, including Willie Gault, Wilbur Marshall, Gary Fensick, and the greatest running back in NFL history, Walter Payton. But Chicago fought on and rediscovered their defensive dominance, once again leading the league in fewest points allowed while struggling offensively. That still led to a 12-4 record, a positive 97-point differential, a 5th consecutive NFC Central Division title, and a C-score of 17.332. Not only did the Bears perform better in 1988 than they did in 87, they did so against a tougher schedule. But the drama continued. It would involve head coach Mike Ditka again, but this took on a more serious bent. Just over halfway through the season, Ditka, despite being healthy and having no family history of heart disease, suffered a heart attack. Those who remember Coach Ditka roaming the sidelines will know of his intensity, and coaching in a major market with championship aspirations can inflict a good deal of stress, and that is precisely what he attributed the heart attack to. Now, those who remember Ditka as a player will also know of his toughness. He was on the sideline that very Sunday and back in charge just 7 days later. And he was named the AP Coach of the Year for the second time in 4 seasons. That would be due in part to the Bears earning the NFC's #1 seed in the playoffs. With the Redskins nowhere to be seen, Chicago instead lined up against the Philadelphia Eagles, led by head coach and former Bears defensive coordinator Buddy Ryan, with he and Ditka known for having a somewhat strained relationship. But that relationship and its accompanying storyline fell under a fog once the game started. Literally. This was the infamous Fog Bowl, a game with 2 touchdowns and 7 turnovers. But the Bears won and finally returned to the NFC Championship game. They couldn't avoid the 49ers this time, but they did get to play them at home. But once again, the Bears fell victim to a team that was in the midst of a somewhat improbable Super Bowl run, considering the Niners were 6-5 entering the season's final stretch. More distressingly for Chicago, they were drubbed by a score of 28-3. 1989 saw more departures for the Bears with the advent of Plan B free agency. Gone were defensive stalwarts Al Harris, Mike Richardson, and Otis Wilson, so there may have been some concern over a drop-off in performance. But it was worse than just a simple drop-off, going all the way down to disappointment. The Bears saw their record crater to 6-10 while being outscored on the season. This time the defense was the culprit, dropping all the way down to 20th in points allowed. Playing the league's second hardest schedule helps out this C-score somewhat, but not enough to keep it out of the negatives at -1.951. There was another departure in the form of a trade. After years of discontent with the organization over a variety of issues, quarterback Jim McMahon was traded to the San Diego Chargers, incidentally right before a preseason game against the Chargers in Chicago. McMahon was never a superstar, and neither were those replacing him, but it reflected a larger issue within the organization. Despite holding little to no leverage under what was still essentially a system governed by the reserve clause, several players staged holdouts leading into the season, among them Sean Gale, Dave Duerson, William Refrigerator Perry, and future Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. These holdouts were all settled before the start of the season, but they almost certainly had an impact on the team as a whole. Most concerning for the Bears, though, were the players they did have available to them. The organization had been riding high for 5 years running, but even the top of the heap must replenish its roster through the NFL draft, and the Bears were notably bad at that during this time. No one expected the same level of talent of the 1985 squad, but what they got instead was a collection of players who made up the framework for a 6-10 team. Yet, the beginning of the 1989 season looked nothing like that. Chicago jumped out to a 4-0 record, with 3 of those wins by at least 14 points. The trouble started in Week 5 when they lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a team that finished the season averaging exactly 20 points a game, put 42 on the Bears in this one. In fact, if you remove this game from the equation, Tampa only averaged 18.5 points per game in their other 15. In 8 of their final 11 games, including each and every one of the final 6, the once vaunted Chicago Bears, the monsters of the Midway, allowed at least 26 points, and wouldn't you believe it, they lost every single one of them, quickly turning 4-0 into 6-10. They even found time to allow another 32 points to Tampa, this marking the first time the Bears ever took the season sweep against their then division rival. Their second to last home game of the season saw a drop in attendance of around 11,000 before another drop of around 8,000 for the finale. The mighty Chicago Bears, no longer able to rest on their laurels of a dominant championship-winning team from just 4 years earlier, were now looking to rebound back into relevancy. And while they had the bounce back they wanted in 1990 and 1991, it proved short-lived. The coach was fired after the 92 season, and in the 32 seasons since, they've had 9 winning seasons, 5 division titles, 4 playoff wins, and 0 championships. And it all started here with the disappointment of 1989. The '89 Bears now take their place ahead of the 2000 Bills on this list of disappointments. We should note, because we didn't really do so in our previous video, that the ranking of this list is based on how far a team's C-score dropped, not the raw number. It isn't a ranking of quality, it's a ranking of disappointment. And surely a team who went from a 40 to a -1 is more disappointing than a team that went from a 16 to a -2. Of course, we'll be adding to this list with each passing video. Now for that team in the 31st spot, the 2009 New York Giants. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get this thing started. There probably isn't a whole lot more to be said about the 2007 New York Giants that hasn't already been said. They were a run-of-the-mill team that earned a wildcard berth at 10-6, albeit against a difficult schedule, that went on to win the Super Bowl, putting up a C-score of 10.294. I guess the old expression states that it's not how you start, but how you finish. That comes even more in handy in the NFL or in any other sport that has a playoff system, because once a team makes those playoffs, they get a clean slate. Outside of 4 teams getting a bye week, as was the case in 2007, nothing you did in the regular season matters as long as you can keep winning, and that's what this team did. As the second place team in the NFC East, they did so on the road. First against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a very weak division champion, then at Dallas, then at Green Bay, with the latter two hanging in the balance until the very end. Credit to them for pulling those games out, but they could have gone either way with a bounce or two here or there. They saved their best performance for last though, of course, knocking off the previously undefeated New England Patriots in Super Bowl 42, showing they weren't completely out of magic tricks. Based on the playoff format, nobody can take away their triumph or say they didn't deserve it, and we're not here to do that. But we can identify what happened as a fluke. And it was, because if something is not a fluke, it can be repeated over and over again with great consistency, and there's little to suggest they could ever do so. But they did it, and they are forever enshrined as Super Bowl champions. Here's the thing though, perhaps they were emboldened, perhaps they had a championship winning team all along, but they came back much better in 2008. They improved their record from 10-6 to 12-4, but they also improved their point differential from plus 22 to plus 133. Their middle-of-the-road performances in points scored and points allowed both jumped into the top 5. This was unequivocally a better team, proven by their C-score of 20.308. Yet, they turned into a mirror opposite of the 07 team. They tore out of the gate, starting 11-1 and laid the wood to some pretty good teams. Then came a 1-3 end to the season, but they had done enough to win the NFC East and secure the number 1 overall seed. Now entering the playoffs through the front door and doing so as the defending Super Bowl champions, it would be time to show their true mettle. But that whole mirror opposite thing lingered, and they were set to face off with the Philadelphia Eagles. And just like the season before, the NFC East champion and number 1 seed lost its first playoff game at home to a team that it beat out for that division title. Only this time, the Giants were on the wrong end of things. The Eagles were an excellent team that was in no way reflected by its mediocre record. But while the score of this game was mostly close, Philly truly controlled it. The ground game was mostly there for the Giants, but the passing game was not. Now the question might be this: how can you possibly say that this team, one and done in the playoffs, was better than the previous season's team that won the Super Bowl? In one sense, it's simple. This was just a better team. But this brings up a fundamental misunderstanding that permeates the sports world. That being the difference between being better and being more successful. Clearly the 07 Giants were more successful, but our metrics, not to mention our eyes, tell us that the 08 team was better. It's the fickle nature of the NFL sometimes, and the better team doesn't always win. If it did, then every single season would have an undefeated Super Bowl champion. The action between the lines of a 60-minute playoff game can end a season, making it less successful. But the preceding 960 minutes will always matter in the greater analysis. And what is C-score if it's not taking in the greater analysis? All that now brings us to the 2009 season. The previous 2 seasons gave the Giants a Super Bowl championship and a number 1 seed that was accompanied by a slip-up. There was nothing to indicate that the Giants didn't have the goods to make another run at it, but that expectation was instead met with disappointment. Not a terrible season by any means, 8-8 against a pretty tough schedule, but nowhere near up to par, taking their C-score down by more than 20 points to negative 0.531. It wasn't shaping out that way to start the season, though. The Giants came flying out of the gates, winning their first 5 games and looking like the same contenders they had been for the past few seasons. A Week 6 loss in New Orleans ended that particular streak, and while no one likes or wants to lose a game, that is as respectable a loss as there is. The Saints also came into that game undefeated, they had the home field, and of course they went on to win the Super Bowl. But there was an underlying problem. During that 5-0 start to the year, the Giants allowed just 71 points, barely more than 14 points per game. In this one, they allowed 48, 12 points per quarter. Again, this was a great Saints offense, in fact, one of the very best of the entire Super Bowl era. And the Giants never gave up that many points again the rest of the way. But the problems were real. 3 more defeats followed, and the Giants entered their bye week at 5-4, with the whiff of mediocrity circling around them. At 7-5, they remained very much in playoff contention, but a 1-3 run ended things, wherein they allowed an average of more than 43 points per game in each of those losses. We all know how the talking heads in the football media like to frame things. If a team plays well, heap all the praise on the quarterback. If it's not playing well, the quarterback either gets all the blame, or they will decry about how he doesn't have the necessary support to succeed. That's never been the case with these Giants teams, no matter how famous their quarterback's name is, or the fact that he is occasionally capable of making a big play in a big moment. The fuel for the Giants had always been a strong running game behind a commanding offensive line, and a defense that may not always be dominant, but does enough, especially in the pass rush, not to be a liability. These were the issues this season. From the top-ranked running game in the entire league in 2008 to 14th this season. From first in rush yards per attempt down to 20th. From 5th in total defense to 13th. From 6th in sacks to tied for 18th. And of course, the biggest one of them all, from 5th in points allowed all the way down to 30th. If the 2009 Giants season was transported to, say, the Cleveland Browns, the Detroit Lions, or the St. Louis Rams, it would have been seen as a success, or at least a beacon of optimism. Context is king after all. That's what creates disappointment. It's not being the worst team in the league or even a particularly bad team. It is the level of accomplishment achieved set against an established expectation. And with those factors in play, the 2009 New York Giants have entered the chat. They've also entered the countdown, officially sliding in underneath the 1989 Bears. Now for the team that kicks off our top 30, the 1993 Philadelphia Eagles. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get this thing started. In a relative sense, 1991 was tough times for the Eagles. Outside of their 18th place finish in points scored, everything else looked pretty good here. But a 10-6 record in the stiflingly hard NFC was not good enough for a playoff spot. But it was good enough for a C-score of 11.312. I hope somebody corrects me if I'm wrong here, but I do believe this is the first time on this channel that we've had a chance to discuss this team. Naturally, going 10-6 and not making the playoffs, especially while 4 other teams in the league did so with equal or lesser records, is disheartening. But for these Eagles, there was another layer to it. Coming off the best season of his career to that point, quarterback Randall Cunningham had made the leap to superstardom and was potentially on his way to redefining the position, if he hadn't already done so. Now, this channel does not believe that one person can make a football team. But we're also not foolish enough to believe that winning becomes much easier with such a dynamic talent. So when Cunningham tore his ACL week 1 and was out for the season, it put a crimp in the team's style, to say the least. While backup Jim McMahon wasn't too bad in his place, he didn't offer nearly the same dynamic qualities. And when he himself got hurt, the offense wasn't going anywhere, especially when you consider that the team's leading rusher was James Joseph at just 440 yards all season. Woof. And it was this anemic offense that killed off one of the greatest season-long performances by a defense in NFL history. They were best in the NFL in a lot of categories, as you can see here, and weren't worse than 7th anywhere. All this with an offense that offered little to no support, helping explain why their points allowed doesn't show as impressively as everything else. Because they never got to show their stuff in the playoffs, this Eagles defense did not make it to our top 10 of the Super Bowl era. But that's just the circumstances of a metric sometimes. Much like we did with the 2015 Denver Broncos, this defense deserves its own expose. The Washington Redskins were an all-time great team this season, so it's difficult to say that the Eagles missed out on the opportunity to win a Super Bowl. But it would have been a lot of fun to see these two teams butt heads with each at full strength. Alas, it wasn't meant to be, and this Eagles team goes down as one of the bigger what-ifs in NFL history. Philly came back for 1992, and with almost all of their normal pieces in place, they showed out really well on the field. Unfortunately, 1992 through 1994 was not a good time to be a good team in the NFC because of how dominant the San Francisco 49ers and Dallas Cowboys were. Still, they outscored the league's second hardest schedule by over 100 points, went 11-5, made the playoffs, and landed a C-score of 21.896. They almost had all of their normal pieces in place. On June 25th, 1992, tragedy struck the Eagles and the football world at large when 27-year-old star defensive tackle Jerome Brown was killed in a car accident that also took the life of his 12-year-old nephew Gus. Even though Brown was already a 2-time second-team All-Pro, it's a safe bet that he was only getting better and could have been on the track to a Hall of Fame career. Moreover, he was praised as a good man with a loving family that was left to pick up the pieces. More than 33 years later, his legacy endures, and on what would have been his 53rd birthday, the Eagles won their first ever Super Bowl. Time heals all, but it doesn't always remove emotional scars. The Eagles played on though, and as we stated, they played very well, doing much to honor Jerome Brown. Randall Cunningham had returned to the lineup, but with medical technology what it was in 1992, he wasn't able to recapture his outstanding form from 1990. The Eagles started the season 4-0, including handing the Cowboys their biggest loss during their Super Bowl run. They followed that with a 3-5 run, but once again went 4-0 to close out the season and land the NFC's number 5 seed. That sent them on the road to face off with the New Orleans Saints, and in a surprisingly high-scoring game, the Eagles came out on top. All that did though was send them to Dallas, and with the Cowboys on the way to a Super Bowl championship, their season ended on the Texas Stadium field. And now for 1993. This was not the same team, mainly because they lost one of the 5 greatest football players of all time when Reggie White took advantage of this whole new thing in the NFL called unrestricted free agency and signed with the Green Bay Packers. Combining that and the fact that they still finished 8-8 against the league's toughest schedule makes calling them a disappointment kinda cruel. But they fell off just enough to earn that label with their C-score of -0.113. Philly started 4-0 once again, with all 4 wins by 1 score and by a combined total of 17 points. But wins are wins, especially considering that one of them was in Green Bay against Reggie White, and they looked like they were going right back to the playoffs again. But that 4th victory proved costly, as Randall Cunningham was once again lost for the season, and this time wide receiver Fred Barnett would join him. At a certain point, things can be too difficult to overcome, and the Eagles proceeded to immediately lose 6 straight games. Later at 5-8, they were able to pull out 3 straight wins to close out the season, but the damage was already done. Even with all the personnel losses, there was still some talent on this team, but that talent was never maximized, which will now bring us to head coach Rich Kotite. I'm sure Mr. Kotite is a fine man. He played 35 games in the NFL, which is 35 more than the vast majority of all human life. He spent 14 years on NFL sidelines as an assistant coach, but he was way over his head as a head coach. He took over in 1991 and inherited that insanely good defense. But now in his third season at the helm, he had done nothing to justify his continued employment. No Eagles player was made better for having Rich Kotite as his head coach. They were already very good, or they never got there. This was proven when he was hired as head coach of the New York Jets in 1995 and proceeded to win 4 games in 2 seasons. He had setbacks to deal with, sure, but he didn't deal with them well. He didn't even deal with them competently. He's not single-handedly to blame, of course, but as the season wore on, it was clear that there wasn't the same fight in these players, that their confidence was wearing thin, and that their better days had faded into the sunset. Given the benefit of the doubt after 2 strong seasons, Kotite was kept on for 1994, but another massive losing streak, this time 7 games in a row to end the season, showed that what happened in 1993 wasn't such an aberration. Instead, 1993 was the season that ended a run of 5 consecutive seasons with double-digit wins and ended the dream of something bigger, leaving the franchise in an undeniable state of disappointment. We get some more movement on the overall list. The Eagles outscore the Giants here by over a full point, after the Giants outscored the Bears by more than 1.5 points. They wear their star proudly, but it doesn't always shine so brightly every season. Our number 29 entry is the 2010 Dallas Cowboys. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get this thing started. The 2008 Cowboys barely scraped out enough of a positive C-score to qualify the 2010 team. Even with a small negative 3-point differential, they managed a winning record of 9-7 against the top 10 schedule. They could not make the playoffs though, settling for a C-score of 1.408. In fact, if this C-score did slip into negative territory, then it would have been this team making the list based on Dallas's results from the 2006 and 2007 seasons. The Cowboys won the NFC East in 2007 and earned the NFC's top overall seed, only to fall on their faces at home in the playoffs. They became the first NFC number 1 seed to go one and done in the playoffs in 20 years, and the first to ever do so since the expansion of the playoffs to 6 teams per conference. That also made it 12 straight seasons, at the time, since Dallas had made it as far as the NFC Championship game. So it stands to reason that the lasting hangover from all of this contributed to their inability to close the deal in 2008. At various points in the season, they were 3-0, 4-1, and 8-5, picking up several wins against less than stellar competition. With the Giants running away with the division, the Cowboys were still in position to grab themselves a wildcard spot. That is, until a 1-3 record down the stretch ended that dream, punctuated by a 44-6 drubbing by the Eagles to end the season in what was a win-and-in scenario for both teams. After all the dust had settled though, the Cowboys performed fairly well against the top 10 schedule, so all was not lost. They had 6 Pro Bowlers, because of course they did, they're the Cowboys, but the talent was certainly there to accomplish more than they had done this season. That talent did coalesce in 2009. Lots of ones on the board here. The Cowboys won 11 games and outscored their opponents by 111 points. They just missed one more by finishing the season with the second fewest points allowed. Against another top 10 schedule, this time tied for 10th, Dallas got a big boost in their C-score from the season before, coming up with a 17.364. Dallas was in stiff competition with the Philadelphia Eagles for the NFC East, especially after Philly won 6 straight games to go from 5-4 to 11-4. For the second straight season, these two teams faced off in the year's final game with something on the line. An Eagles victory would give them the division title with 2 games to spare. But a Cowboys victory would create a tie, and based on their earlier victory in Philadelphia, it would be Dallas that claimed the crown. They may not have won 6 straight games, but the Cowboys did enter this one with plenty of momentum themselves. They gave the New Orleans Saints their first loss of the season in Week 15, in New Orleans no less. They were on the road again the following week against the Redskins. Not only did they win the game, they pitched a shutout. Back at home now, they figured, why not? Let's get ourselves another shutout. And they did just that, knocking off the Eagles 24-0, which then set up a rematch between the two the very next week in the wild card round of the playoffs. They did allow some points this time, but were just as dominant, scoring 27 points in the second quarter alone to once again secure a 24-point win. A stiff test would follow the next week, a road matchup with the revitalized Minnesota Vikings. If they could win, they would finally make that elusive NFC Championship game, where they would face off with the same Saints team they had just defeated a month earlier. If they could win that game. Dallas tried to keep it close, entering the fourth quarter down 14 points, but they couldn't get their offense into gear, losing 34-3. They were eaten alive by Sidney Rice and his 3 touchdown receptions. Not exactly the first time the Cowboys had been eaten alive by a wide receiver named Rice. Dallas had themselves a fine season, but fine wasn't good enough to go any further, and their NFC Championship game drought had now reached 14 seasons. There wasn't much from the 2009 season to suggest that the Cowboys were a house of cards, and it may be that they weren't, but the collapse came, and it came hard in 2010. They slumped from 11-5 to 6-10, from a plus 111 point differential to minus 42, from second in fewest points allowed to second in most points allowed. And to cap off the overall disappointment, their C-score fell hardest of all, from 17.364 all the way down to negative 6.402. The first 44 Super Bowls had been held across a variety of cities, and had even been held in the state of Texas twice. But never before had the game's biggest stage resided in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In May 2007, that changed when Cowboys Stadium was named the host of Super Bowl 45, to be played 3.5 years later. The stadium itself had already broken ground, but it wasn't until 2009 that it officially opened and served as Dallas's home field. It would have seemed completely plausible that the Cowboys could be the first team to ever play the Super Bowl in their home stadium. Oh, what dreams may come. Starting the season 0-2 wasn't ideal, but it's a hole the Cowboys have dug themselves out of in the past before going on to win it all. A win in Week 3 led to their early season bye, and plenty of opportunity to right the ship. What followed instead was 5 consecutive losses, the first 3 by a single possession each, the last two by a total of 56 points. That was the last straw, and head coach Wade Phillips was given the pink slip by owner/general manager/president/master of the universe Jerry Jones. Incidentally, the team that kicked off this countdown, the 2000 Buffalo Bills, was also coached by Phillips. That seemed to do the trick though, as the Cowboys ended the season 5-3 under interim and soon-to-be full-time coach Jason Garrett. And those 3 losses were only by a combined 7 points. So massive credit is due for a near miraculous turnaround. But in the end, all they did was provide decorations for a landfill. Part of the reason for this season can be seen right here. Now, in general, I am an advocate of collecting as many draft picks as possible, providing a greater opportunity to find some real talent. Dallas traded their 2009 first-round pick, among other picks, to acquire wide receiver Roy Williams, and they maneuvered themselves into 12 overall picks. However, in order for this strategy to work, you gotta hit on those picks, or at least some of them. And this here was the Cowboys' 2009 draft class. According to Pro Football Reference's weighted career approximate value, the best player in this draft was 4th-round linebacker Victor Butler with a total of 6. The entire class, 12 players in total, had a combined career score of 17. For a little reference, the Patriots draft class from the same season, also without a first-round pick, had 4 different players with a career score higher than 17, 3 of which more than doubled that total, and 2 of which more than tripled that total. Super Bowl 45 was played in Cowboys Stadium, but the Cowboys football team was nowhere near it. Instead, it was the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Green Bay Packers, 2 franchises that had won a total of 4 NFL championships at the direct expense of America's team. That had to sting for old Jera, providing a lasting feeling of both soreness and disappointment. We left off our last video wondering whether we'd get another point-plus increase for the next entry. It turns out we did, and to this point early on, it's the largest increase of all. Dallas saw their C-score plummet by nearly 24 points. They were on their way to being the team of the 1970s, but the rise of another dynasty and a wrong foot in 1976 stopped the Miami Dolphins from doing so, earning this 28th spot. Thank you for joining us today. We are ready to roll. Coming off of back-to-back Super Bowl championships, both in dominant fashion, there was no reason to believe that the Miami Dolphins wouldn't again be strong contenders in 1974. And they were. They went 11-3, won the AFC East, and earned a C-score of 17.79. The Super Bowl was still pretty new coming into the 1974 season. Only 8 games had been played, but there had already been 2 back-to-back champions. The Packers won the first 2, doing so against the AFL, while the Dolphins had done so after the merger. It can therefore be argued that this was the bigger accomplishment, especially considering that this was only Miami's 8th season of existence. Winning it again would not only bring the three-peat, but it would give the Dolphins a championship for 1/3 of their entire existence. That would be equivalent to the Carolina Panthers or the Jacksonville Jaguars owning 10 championships. Let's not forget that they were also gunning for their 4th consecutive appearance in the Super Bowl. The regular season was but a prelude for the Dolphins, getting to the playoffs where they would match up with the re-emergent Oakland Raiders, the AFC's top team this season. This was the final season without playoff seeding, robbing Miami of a home game that would have been against the eventual Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. The Dolphins looked to have control against Oakland early on, but it became a back-and-forth affair that the Raiders pulled out on a play that has now been immortalized as the Sea of Hands. It was a thrilling end to the contest, but a heartbreaking way to end the Dolphins season. Miami's record would drop the following season in 1975 to 10-4, but their performance level was higher. Their point differential rose from plus 111 to plus 135, and they played a more difficult schedule. For the 5th straight season, they finished in the top 6 in both points scored and points allowed. This is all reflected in their elevated C-score of 22.72. That extra loss did come back to haunt them though. With only 13 teams per conference and with only 14 games on the schedule, there was only room for one wildcard spot. Within the AFC East, the Baltimore Colts engineered not only one of the greatest single-season turnarounds in NFL history, but also one of the greatest in-season turnarounds in NFL history. 2-12 the year before, and 1-4 to start this season, they won 9 straight games to end the year at 10-4, a season known today as the Miracle on 33rd Street. Among those 9 straight wins were a fairly dominant victory over the Dolphins in Miami, and an overtime squeaker in the second-to-last game of the season against them at home. With Miami taking the sweep, and with both teams at 10-4, they ceded the division to Baltimore. Their only hope would be the wild card, but things were brewing over in the AFC Central. Already housing the defending Super Bowl champion Steelers, the Cincinnati Bengals and the Houston Oilers were also making massive waves, with both teams going undefeated outside the division. Houston matched Miami's 10 wins, but the Bengals, in their final season with franchise founder Paul Brown as head coach, notched 11, taking that wildcard spot. The Sea of Hands was certainly a bitter pill for the Dolphins to swallow the season before, but this may have been even worse. At least they were on the field for that prior elimination. They came back with an even better season, but not a better record, and of course, that is the ultimate arbiter. They can't even really look back at either of their other defeats as a lost opportunity, with those setbacks coming against the Raiders and the Oilers. If destiny exists in the NFL, and we have plenty of proof that it does, then it can play both the high notes as well as the low notes. The 1975 Miami Dolphins got hit with the A0. Now off the backs of 3 straight Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl championships, an undefeated season, a heartbreaking playoff elimination, and a painful exclusion from the playoffs, the Dolphins came into 1976 hungrier than Ramsey Bolton's Hounds. Eager to retake their place at the top, they were struck with bitter disappointment instead. They dropped all the way down to 6-8 and were distressingly just below average across the board, signified by their C-score of -1.347. After a 2-1 start to the season, including a shutout over the New York Jets, Miami suffered a 3-game losing streak, including a 3rd consecutive loss to the Baltimore Colts. Less than halfway into the season, they had already matched the most losses they had had in any season during the 70s. Not keen on breaking that record, they embarked on a 3-game winning streak, including an impressive home win over the excellent New England Patriots. The other 2 wins, though, one was completing the season sweep over the Jets, who were quite pitiful in 1976, and the other was against the expansion and winless Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who made pitiful look like the '85 Bears. Miami would have hoped to build some momentum off those wins, even if they weren't overly impressive. But instead, another 3-game losing streak followed against the meat of their schedule. Included in that streak was the Colts completing their sweep of the Dolphins for the 2nd consecutive season. They beat the Bills, then lost to the Vikings to close things out at 6-8. After those 5 consecutive seasons of finishing in the top 6 in both points scored and points allowed, Miami became the best of the worst in those categories this season, finishing 15th out of 28. And the drop-offs were across the board. Let's start with what we already know. From 1971 to 1975, the Dolphins' average rank in points scored was 3.8, and their average rank in points allowed was 3. 15 and 15 in 1976. Taken now in raw numbers, an average of 345.4 points scored to 263, 186.6 to 264 in points allowed. How about yards per play? Net yards per attempt, all the way down to last in the league, among so many other stats. They had some injuries for sure, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Let's take a look at another chart. This is once again a comparison between 1976 and the average of the previous 5 seasons. The first row is how many players in total that Miami needed to take the field. The second row is how many players played all 14 games, and the third row is how many players started all 14 games. Of course, this doesn't count would-be starters that missed the 1976 season, including Manny Fernandez, who was on the verge of retirement, Mike Colon, and rookie first-rounder Kim Bokamper. However, for the most part, the Dolphin disappointment can be attributed to a simple downturn in play and the need to replenish talent. Oh, and Bob Greasy not accepting his inner Ricky Vaughn. We're going to be hitting another point barrier here, with the Dolphins surpassing -24. It's the 1988 Washington Redskins, our 4th different team from the NFC East in our last 5 entries, but the first entry that comes directly from a defending Super Bowl champion. Let's see what they have in store for us. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get this thing started. The 1986 Washington Redskins were an excellent football team. That showed on the field with their 12-4 record. Their point differential isn't astronomical, but they did finish in the top 10 in points scored, points allowed, and in strength of schedule. All that added up to a C-score of 15.853. Indeed, Washington had a banner year, and in most other seasons they could have been Super Bowl favorites. It just so happened, though, that they shared a division with the New York Giants in 1986. Not so good on the timing there. The Giants just so happened to go 14-2 during the regular season, which included a sweep of Washington. So despite that strong record, they were relegated to second place in the division and a wildcard spot in the playoffs. They were able to get through that, earning a trip to Chicago to face the defending Super Bowl champion Chicago Bears. And as we covered in their entry at number 32, this was not the team it was before, but they were still powerful. Washington entered halftime trailing, but pitched a second half shutout to pull off the upset, setting up a third meeting with the Giants. There's an old saying in the NFL that it's very hard to beat the same team 3 times in the same season. Not so much for the Giants, though, putting the clamps on the Redskins offense for a 17-0 shutout victory. Incidentally, until this past season, this stood as the only time in Redskins/Commanders franchise history that they lost in the NFC title game. With the Giants as dominant as they were, it was looking like Washington would have a sizable roadblock awaiting them in 1987. That's not quite how it worked out, though. The Giants slumped pretty badly, and with the division there for the taking, well, the Redskins took it. At 11-4 against a much easier schedule now without another team in its division with a winning record, Washington put up a C-score of 17.941. Of course, there's something else that happened with this team that we'll get to momentarily. You may have noticed that 11-4 only adds up to 15 games. As many in this audience will be aware, the players went on strike after Week 2 in 1987, causing the cancellation of all Week 3 games. The league returned to action for Week 4, but the strike was still ongoing. Replacement players were brought on, and a form of NFL football was on display. Washington was good with finding those players, going 3-0 until the strike ended and the real players came back en masse. With a 4-game lead in its division and its status as the lowest seeded division champion in the NFC, they didn't see any real benefit. But with the Redskins being one of the few teams that didn't have any players cross the picket line, a certain kinship was created. An interesting note on that, only 4 teams had no players cross the picket line, all in the NFC, and 3 of them made the playoffs, and the Redskins faced them both, once again going to Chicago to beat the Bears before taking on the upstart Vikings in the NFC Championship game. Fresh off back-to-back road win shockers over the Saints and the 49ers, the Vikings were in position to pull off one more upset, but couldn't quite close the deal. That sent Washington to the Super Bowl, and certainly we know what happened there. After falling behind 10-0 to the Denver Broncos, the Redskins went supernova with 35 points in the second quarter alone on the way to a 42-10 triumph and a Super Bowl championship. This team didn't measure up to the 86 squad on the strength of their regular season alone, but their playoff run certainly got them there and beyond. This was the second time in NFL history that a work stoppage occurred during the season that caused the cancellation of games. This was also the second time that Washington won the Super Bowl under such circumstances. Since 1981, the Redskins had a win percentage of at least .625 every season, had played in 3 Super Bowls, and won 2. With very little roster turnover, the expectation was that they would be right back in the thick of the Super Bowl race again. Those expectations were instead met with disappointment. With a much tougher schedule now, they found themselves at 7-9, with the defense in particular falling apart. That landed them a C-score of -6.152. The tone was set for the season right in the opening game, with the Redskins heading to the Meadowlands and losing to the Giants, signifying a possible return to the ways of 1986. Washington's goose was far from cooked though. They bounced back with 2 straight wins and even found themselves at 5-3 and very much in the playoff hunt. Over their next 2 games, at the Oilers and home against the Saints, they were outscored 65-44, yet they still found a win in there. What followed was a 1-5 end to the year, with that one win coming by 1 point. After following up their first Super Bowl championship with a record-setting offense and a return to the Super Bowl, they followed this one with a thud and an appointment with the couch for the playoffs. At this point in time, Super Bowl repeats weren't such a rare thing. 22 of them had been played, and the repeat had been pulled off 4 times. The 1978 Cowboys were yet another team that made it back to the Super Bowl after winning it the season before. It might seem like a lot to expect that kind of success, but Washington had the goods. At least they thought they did. Despite finishing 6th in the league in total offense to go with their 10th ranking in points scored, they turned the ball over 46 times, the 3rd worst number in the league. Their defense also performed better yardage-wise than in points allowed, finishing with 16th and 26th rankings respectively. But they weren't so adept at turning their opponents over, doing so only 22 times. That was the 2nd fewest in the league, with only the 3-13 Cowboys worse. That placed their turnover differential at -24, the single worst mark in the league. Among every other team in the league that finished 7-9 or better, the worst mark belonged to the Phoenix Cardinals at just -6. For this to take place under the watchful gaze of head coach Joe Gibbs is even more astonishing. The only players who started more than 6 games for Washington in 1987 who weren't there were quarterback Jay Schrader and running back George Rogers, and their replacements were only a couple of Super Bowl heroes in Doug Williams and Timmy Smith. Furthermore, they added linebacker Wilbur Marshall and offensive tackle Jim Lachey. They just wrecked this thing all on their own. As it turned out, 6 defending Super Bowl champions made it back to the Super Bowl, but so too had 6 missed the playoffs entirely. The Redskins drove down the road of disappointment and became number 7 in their less preferred category. We promised that the gap between the 76 Dolphins and the next entry would be super close. Well, here it is. Washington got this spot over the Dolphins by 0.026 points. For a franchise that, unfortunately for them, is known for general disappointment, the Jacksonville Jaguars of 2008 are represented here at our number 27 spot for their specific disappointment. Thank you for joining us today. We are ready to roll. In 2006, the Jacksonville Jaguars did just about everything right, except for winning enough games. That 8-8 record sticks out like a sore thumb against the plus 97 point differential and top 10 finishes, top 9 finishes actually, in points scored, points allowed, and in strength of schedule. That gave them a C-score of 16.171. This 06 Jaguars team is one of the reasons that C-score exists. The argument here isn't that Jacksonville deserved to go to the playoffs over another team with a better record. That's not how the system works, and everyone involved in the NFL knows that wins and losses are what determines these things. The argument is that this was an excellent football team that is better than its record would indicate. Against that top-level schedule, they won 6 games by multiple possessions, 3 of those by at least 27 points. On the other hand, they lost 7 games by a single possession, 3 by 3 points, and another one in overtime. The Jags were mostly the victims of bad luck in a sport that is often described as being a game of inches. Mostly. They carried an 8-5 record into the season's final 3 games, only to lose all 3 by a combined 15 points, each of them by 7 points or fewer. Losing by fine margins is one thing, but at a certain point, you gotta ask a team to win at least one of those games, especially in Jacksonville's case in Week 17 against the Chiefs, where they would have made the playoffs had they won. Instead, they ended the season by jumping off sides. In what was a relatively open AFC playoff field, it's fair to wonder how the Jaguars would have fared. They certainly had the talent to make some noise. There wasn't a whole lot different about the 2007 Jaguars. Their schedule was easier, but their performance level was mostly the same. They gave up a few more points, they scored a few more points. What they did though was improve that record, jumping up to 11-5 and giving a slight boost to their C-score, landing at 16.329. Jacksonville simultaneously improved from 6 multi-possession wins last season to 7 and cut down their single-possession losses from 7 all the way down to 2. In fact, they played fewer one-score games than they had one-score losses the year before. The roster underwent some significant changes, most notably at quarterback, where head coach Jack Del Rio said that he felt a conviction in his heart that David Garrard was the guy for the job over presumed starter Byron Leftwich. He also added that Garrard earned it. A first-round selection just 4 seasons earlier, Leftwich and his moderately decent resume was sent packing, cut from the squad 8 days before the season opener. The coaching staff also saw some changes. Only Kennedy Polamalu as running backs coach and Andy Heck as offensive line coach were returned from the offense and special teams. This didn't change too much about the team's performance, of course, other than that 11-5 record, which in a business of bottom lines surely made Del Rio feel like a genius. There was no more need to wonder the Jaguars would now be in the playoffs as the AFC's 5th seed, nabbing 2nd place in the AFC South as the Colts won the division for the 5th consecutive season. They were favorites on the road against the Steelers, and they won that game. They were not favorites the following week in New England against the undefeated Patriots. They played them level in every single quarter, except for the 3rd, and took what had to be considered an expected loss. No shame in that. The Jags had put together a fine season, gotten themselves their first playoff win of the 21st century, had some good young talent, and looked primed to make a leap into contention, especially if they could find a way to wrest the division away from the Colts. Their arrow was clearly pointing up. But sometimes an upward pointing arrow runs straight into a thunderstorm. While their point differential didn't perfectly flip, their record sure did. Jacksonville was 5-11 in 2008, and even though they faced a tough schedule, they're now outside the top 20 in both points scored and points allowed. For a franchise only in its 14th season of existence, they had known enough success to rightfully look at this season as a massive disappointment. Their C-score plummeted all the way down to negative 8.1. The Jags' first 8 games of the season were all decided by a single possession. They were 3-3 when they had their bye, but lost 2 in a row coming out of it to sit at 3-5. The single possession game streak was broken when they romped over the Detroit Lions, who of course would end the season winless. And now at 4-5, there was plenty of opportunity for them to make some noise and get back into the playoffs. After all, their 5 losses were only by a combined 24 points. This proved to be the end of the line though. What followed was a 1-6 end to the season, where only once they were able to clear 20 points scored, and only once were they able to keep their opponents under 23 points scored. Once thought to be the Colts' biggest threat in the AFC South, Jacksonville was now in last place as its only team with a losing mark. A major reason for Jacksonville's struggles was a rash of injuries to their offensive line. Vince Manawai's season was over during the first quarter of the first game. So too was the fate for Maurice Williams. They were already without center Brad Meester. Then there's the small matter of reserve lineman Richard Collier getting shot 14 times just 5 days before the season opener. He survived the shooting but would never play or walk again. As if to prove that nobody was safe, Chris Naoli was re-signed to the team after being cut during the offseason, only to suffer his own injury, never again playing another down. The Jags made a few tweaks to the roster coming into the season, and they made a big move up the board in the NFL draft to snag pass rusher Derek Harvey. He didn't shine in his rookie year, yet still set what would become a career high with 3.5 sacks. He was gone from Jacksonville after 3 seasons, then gone from the NFL after 4. All in all, this disaster class from the Jaguars almost makes that 5-11 record look like an overachievement. Perhaps there was some hope that this season was an outlier and that things could turn back around. With a decent run up to that point, Jack Del Rio was kept on as the head coach, and while things improved slightly, he was done for in November 2011. Total upheaval would soon follow when owner and founder Wayne Weaver sold the team to Shahid Khan on the same day that Del Rio was fired. The flickering flame of 2006 turned into a gentle fire in 2007, but instead of roaring to life in 2008, all hopes were instead smothered by a blanket of disappointment. We're starting to see a deceleration in the rankings, with the Jaguars staying in the negative 24 range. They landed at number 32 with their 1989 squad, and now the Chicago Bears kick off the top 25 with their 2013 squad. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. Let's get this thing started. 2011 was no magical season for the Bears. In fact, most of these numbers point to them being downright average. An 8-8 record, 17th in points scored, and 14th in points allowed. That strength of schedule and point differential was above average though, allowing their C-score to creep into positive territory at 3.086. This season was kind of a disappointment in its own right when just looking at the season before. The Bears won 11-5, won the NFC North, and hosted the NFC Championship game. Few would have predicted that before the season, but since it happened, it set up a certain level of expectation heading into 2011. A 2-3 start to the season wasn't the best way to get on the right track, but the 5-game winning streak that followed it was. That 5th win over the Chargers did prove costly though, as quarterback Jay Cutler broke his right thumb while attempting a tackle after an interception. Cutler was having a solid, if unspectacular, season to that point, but that kind of stability was what this offense needed. The problem was the quality of play, or lack of quality of play, from his backups, Caleb Haney and Josh McCown. Cutler had thrown 7 picks in 314 attempts. Those two combined for 13 in 157, nearly double the amount of interceptions in exactly half the attempts. Not so good efficiency. That 5-game winning streak was quickly wiped out by a 5-game losing streak before the Bears went on the road in Minnesota to level up at 8-8. Cutler's injury didn't cost them the Super Bowl or anything, but the lack of turnovers would have given them a much better chance at a couple more wins that would have put them in an NFC playoff field that was won by a 9-7 team. Statistically speaking, 2012 was a major upgrade for the Bears. They jumped from 8-8 to 10-6. Their point differential rose from +12 to +98, and they allowed the 3rd fewest points in the league against the top half schedule. Their C-score got a big rise as well to 15.73. It may have been better statistically, but maybe not so much emotionally or mentally. In the same way 2011 was a disappointment in and of itself, so too was this season, and it was all internally. They added wide receiver Brandon Marshall, a former teammate of Jay Cutler from their Broncos days, to add some juice to the offense. The defense stayed mostly intact, but leveled up considerably. At the midway point of the year, Chicago sat at 7-1, their best start to a season since the legendary 1985 squad. They led the league in point differential. They were 3rd in scoring and 2nd in points allowed. They had 6 interceptions run back for touchdowns in their first 7 games, an NFL first. In other words, if they weren't the league's top Super Bowl contender, then they were at the very least in the top 3. The only thing is, the second half of the season happened. They put up a total of 13 points in back-to-back losses, got another win, then lost 3 straight games by a single possession, including one in overtime. All of a sudden, they were 8-6 and in danger of missing the playoffs. They rebounded to win their final 2 games to finish at 10-6, but the damage had already been done. One of those 3 straight losses came to the Minnesota Vikings, and they too finished with a 10-6 record. Because they split their games with each other, it was on to divisional record as the next tiebreaker. Minnesota was 4-2, Chicago was 3-3. With the Seattle Seahawks grabbing the first wild card, another team the Bears lost to during that 3-game losing streak, the Vikings took the second, and Chicago was left out in the cold. To fall from Super Bowl contender to out of the playoffs in half a season is demoralizing, but the Bears could take heart that they had the right pieces in place. 2012 wasn't their year, but the hope that 2013 could bring them their glory was rooted in reality. Although sometimes, as the movie said, reality bites. Despite a massive improvement on offense and a much easier schedule, the Bears fell apart on defense and found themselves outscored on this season by 33 points. Their record fell right back to 8-8, the same as 2011, but the underlying numbers really hurt their cause. The NFC North was the most winnable division in football, and they couldn't even win that. Their C-score reflects all of this, taking a dive to -8.847. No team during the Super Bowl era saw a swing in their points scored and points allowed ranking like this team did. And look, we've got a chart to prove it. Their point scored ranking went from 16th to 2nd for a swing of 14. Their points allowed went from 3rd to 30th, a swing of 27, for a combined swing of 41. You may recognize the 3rd place team on this list, the 2010 Dallas Cowboys, as the number 29 entry on this list of disappointments. Yeah, it could be argued the 83 Seahawks would be number 1 here since they had to play in a 2018 league, but the numbers are the numbers. And remember, these are the Chicago Bears we're talking about, a franchise universally known for their defense over their offense. Unlike the 2011 season, an injury to Jay Cutler didn't hurt the team, even though his backup was the same. No, Josh McCown came in and tore things up, so much so that he was given renewed life as a starting quarterback the next season at 35 years old. That's where the good times end for this team though. On defense, they had quite a bit of turnover, and many players weren't nearly as effective as they were the year before. But perhaps nothing hurt more than Brian Urlacher's departure. He wasn't quite the all-world superstar he once was, but he was still highly effective and unquestionably the glue of the team. The Bears did win their first 3 games, 2 in a shootout and 1 in more of a squirt gun fight, but the defensive hemorrhaging was undeniable. They allowed at least 20 points in every game this season. Not even the Minnesota Vikings, the only team in the league this season to allow more points than the Bears, did that. Yet, they've entered the final week of the season at 8-7 and were hosting the Green Bay Packers. They get the win, and they're North Division champions. And they held the lead. Late. And blew it, of course, because of their defense. In all, they set franchise records for yards allowed, rushing yards allowed, and points allowed. They were the only team in the league to allow more than 5 yards per carry, and we're not talking about 5.01, they were at 5.35. After last season, they fired their defensive-minded head coach in Lovie Smith for supposed offensive mastermind Mark Trestman. The offensive performance this season was nothing but fool's gold, as they were right back in the dumpster the following season. Sometimes, you get exactly what you ask for. In this case, that's a whole heaping of disappointment. We're keeping up the trend of fine margins here, with the Bears taking their place ahead of the Jaguars by less than 1/4 of a point in C-score. They've become contenders again, but the Detroit Lions have been known more often than not as bottom dwellers. They had themselves a decent run in the 90s that was stymied by their 1996 season, taking the number 24 spot in this countdown. Thank you for joining us today. We are ready to roll. The 1994 Detroit Lions are a much more impressive team than their initial profile would indicate. That 9-7 record and a moderately positive point differential line up against the league's hardest schedule. That gave their C-score a boost beyond where it would have been otherwise, landing them a 5.226. Part of the reason for that tough schedule was the fact that the Lions played in the NFC Central, where a maximum of 4 different teams made it to the playoffs. The Lions just so happened to be one of those teams. They also had to play the 2 best teams in the league that season, defeating the Cowboys in Dallas and putting the 49ers on the ropes before just losing by 6. They were driven by their offense. You already know that Barry Sanders was doing his thing, leading the league with 1,883 rushing yards and 5.7 yards per attempt. He accounted for over 90% of the entire team's rushing output. Quite an amazing achievement. But the passing game was starting to find its way. After a pretty decent run in place of the injured Dan Marino in Miami the season before, Scott Mitchell was brought in as the starting quarterback. His adjustment to the offense was a bit slow, but when he got hurt, the venerable Dave Craig stepped in and had little problem connecting with rising wide receiver Herman Moore. Detroit entered their Thanksgiving Day game at 5-6, but went on a run to earn the number 5 seed in the NFC playoffs. That put them on the road against the Green Bay Packers, where they lost a tight game. With the offensive pieces mostly in place and a slight improvement from their defense, 1995 had the potential for a lot of promise. Sometimes such promise will go unfulfilled, but not for these Lions. Against another top 10 schedule, they only nudged their record to 10-6, but they did so with a massively improved point differential of plus 100. They also rose to the second highest scoring team in the league and landed a C-score of 15.859. That didn't look to be the case early on though. They lost their first 3 games, 2 of them by 3 points. A 3-3 follow-up didn't exactly calm the nerves, but it provided some hope that the season could be salvaged. There was no waiting until Thanksgiving this season. The Lions went on a tear, winning their next 7 games, 3 of them by 20 points or more, averaging over 32 points per game, more than doubling their opponent's point total. They averaged over 400 yards of offense when 328 was the league average. In fact, they were the top offense in the entire league. Barry Sanders was still doing his thing. Herman Moore set a single-season reception record at 123, all while his teammate Brett Perryman also crossed the 100 receptions threshold, the first set of teammates to ever do that. Scott Mitchell had come to life, setting several team passing records, and anchoring it all was a stellar offensive line with 2 All-Pros, second-team center Kevin Glover, and first-team tackle Lomas Brown. They were once again entering the playoffs as the 5th seed, but coming in with all that momentum made them a dangerous opponent for anyone, especially their opponents in the wildcard round, the Philadelphia Eagles. They too were 10-6 and held the tiebreaker over Detroit, giving them home field. But they hadn't exactly put together a stellar season, heavily relying on one-score victories against an easy schedule. The odds makers agreed and the Lions were the favorites. But it didn't matter. In one of the more stunning games in NFL history, the Eagles scored 44 consecutive points between just the second and third quarters to take a ridiculous 51-7 lead. It quickly became garbage time where the Lions cosmetically made the score look closer at 58-37. And just like that, it was over. They had the goods, they just didn't bring the goods. And it was on to 1996 to see if they could bring back the jam. Most hangovers last for a day, tops. In 1996, after that Eagles loss, the Detroit Lions suffered one for the entire season. Things went brutally downhill. They played yet another top-level schedule, but against it they went 5-11 and got outscored by 66 points. Their defense took a step back beyond its 1994 level, but the offense, 6th and 2nd in scoring over the past 2 seasons, dropped all the way down to 21st. That's not the only thing that dropped. Their C-score sits at negative 9.271. They tried to rally though, acting like they were just fine and not hungover at all. A 1-2 start was followed by a 3-game winning streak, leaving everything looking mostly rosy. Then they lost. And they lost again. And they lost a bunch more. In fact, they only won 1 more the rest of the way, and that was by a single point. Those last 10 games brought forth a record of 1-9. As noted earlier, the offense took a major step backward. Their scoring rank went from 2nd to 21st, and it was the same story for their yardage rank, dropping from 1st to 20th. The skill position players were all back, and except for Barry Sanders, everyone else's numbers were somewhat down. That could be expected though, given how exceptional they were the year before. The real difference came on the offensive line, where they lost a solid guard in Doug Weidel, but the big loss was their first-team All-Pro left tackle Lomas Brown. This is all reflected most succinctly in Scott Mitchell's numbers. His touchdown passes were almost cut in half while throwing 5 more interceptions despite nearly 150 fewer attempts. Many would argue that Mitchell wasn't so great to begin with, and that is a salient argument. But he certainly showed enough competence, as would most quarterbacks, when he had the proper pieces around him. Then there's the defense. They already weren't the team's strong suit, but they went on to lose perhaps their two best pieces in linebacker Chris Spielman and safety Willie Clay. Detroit allowed at least 24 points in each of those last 10 games except for one, and naturally that was the game they won. In a season where the average was 20.4, they were allowing 28.1. After 3 straight winning seasons and 3 straight playoff appearances, they dropped to dead last in the NFC Central, even behind the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they without a winning record in 14 years. As painful as the season was, more pain was to come. The franchise's leader in career wins, still to this very day, beloved head coach Wayne Fontes was shown the door. 4 playoff appearances in 5 seasons was more sustained success than the Lions had enjoyed since the 1950s. But the combined effects of this season and their inability to win any playoff games outside of one in 1991 proved too much to overcome, and the disappointment was complete. Even at only 58 years old, Fontes never coached again, and it wouldn't be until 2023 that the Lions ever won a playoff game again. We have filled this page as far as it's going to go. We now turn a new page where the Lions have now broken a new barrier with their loss of 25.13 points of C-score. They've had a mostly troubled history in the NFL, but the Atlanta Falcons have enjoyed some periods of success. That was not the case for the 2013 team, landing them at number 23. Thank you for joining us today. Let's unfold some Falcon lore. The Falcons had turned into a winning team by 2011. They had never put up back-to-back winning seasons in their entire history, but now they had done so in 3. They made it 4 in a row here, going 10-6 against an above-average schedule, landing themselves a C-score of 8.436. It was, however, a step back from 2010, when they went 13-3, won the NFC South, and landed the NFC's number 1 seed. They wound up going one and done, but at least they can say they did so to the eventual Super Bowl champions. They only scored 12 fewer points in 2011, but they gave up 62 more. That defensive performance was showing signs of improvement though. Prior to their Week 8 bye, they allowed 23.3 points per game. That number dropped to 20.8 after the bye, which includes one game where they allowed 45. Of course, that game counts, but if we took it away, we're now looking at an average of 17.8. In general, offense gets more credit than defense, but Atlanta was tremendous on that side of the ball. With an improved defensive performance, even a standard offensive performance could do the trick once the playoffs came around. The powerful New Orleans Saints won the South this year, but Atlanta was the top wild card and would take to the road against a team with a negative point differential. Their defense wasn't as good in this one, giving up 24 points, but they still outscored the offense, landing a safety in a 24-2 loss. They could once again say they lost to the eventual Super Bowl champions, but the 2011 Giants aren't exactly topping anybody's best of all time list in that department. What do you do after 4 consecutive winning seasons? Well, you go for 5, and the Falcons did that with a flourish in 2012. In a near reboot of 2010, they went 13-3 with a plus 120 point differential that included contributions from both sides of the ball. Their C-score landed at 16.58. It's remarkable how similar these numbers are, especially with an entire season sitting between them. Same record, point differential off by only 6 points, points scored ranking off by 2, points allowed ranking the same, strength of schedule only off by 2, C-scores within less than half a point. And to top it all off, they were NFC South champions and claimed the #1 seed in the playoffs again. It's worth mentioning how significant it is that Atlanta's points allowed ranking was higher than their points scored ranking. This was the first time that happened since 2006, the third time since 2000, and only the fifth time since 1980. Since the days of the Grits Blitz, the Falcons have been an offensive team, but the only other time they ranked better than 5th in points allowed, they were in the Super Bowl. That defense was in fine form in their first playoff game against the Seahawks, and the offense followed suit. Atlanta led 27-7 entering the fourth quarter, where they promptly gave up 21 straight points to fall behind. They pulled it out in the end though, and would be hosting the NFC Championship game against the San Francisco 49ers. They took another big lead in this one too at 17-0, before falling behind 28-24. This time, thanks in part to 2 costly turnovers and wide receiver Harry Douglas tripping after making a catch and failing to pick up what would have certainly been a lot more yards, they failed to retake the lead and the season was over. As a side note, I've actually met Harry Douglas and was able to interact with him quite a bit. Did I bring this moment up to him? No, I didn't. As a 49er fan, did I want to bring it up? Yes, I did. For the second time in 3 seasons, Atlanta blew their home field advantage and failed to make it to the Super Bowl. They still had a great season and were on a 5-year run of winning records. Therefore, it would be left to 2013 to finally get the job done. There would not be a 6th consecutive season with a winning record, and decidedly so. Thanks to the Houston Texans, Atlanta didn't have the biggest drop-off in the league, but they still crashed out pretty hard at 4-12. The schedule was tougher, yes, but dropping to 20th in points scored and all the way down to 27th in points allowed is a recipe for disappointment. This, of course, is reflected in their C-score, taking its own dive down to -9.057. Atlanta entered the 2013 season tied at 7th for the shortest odds to win the Super Bowl. They were only one of 6 teams with an over-under win total at double digits. Notice the defending Super Bowl champion Ravens couldn't break the top 10. The expectations were certainly there, and with good reason, but they opened the season at 1-4 with all of those losses, and the one win, coming by a single possession. The 5th game was a costly one though. Superstar wide receiver and likely future Hall of Famer Julio Jones went down with a fractured foot and would miss the remainder of the season. Jones still finished 76th in the league in receiving yards at 580. His yards per game were only surpassed by Josh Gordon, who just so happened to go thermonuclear that season. Julio's loss cannot be understated. Their season low in yardage for those first 5 games was 363. They were under 300 for each of the next 4 games, and those were coming off a bye week. Their average yardage with Julio, 391.4. Without him, 321.2. The defense wasn't much to write home about either. The fewest points Atlanta scored in a win was 27. They allowed fewer than 21 points just once all season, and they didn't even win that game. Julio Jones wasn't the only player who was injured or limited by injury, and Atlanta lacked the depth to compensate for that as a top-heavy roster, focusing substantially on their skill players. They would go on to lose 3 more games by 1 possession, on top of 5 losses by multiple scores, with 0 wins to go alongside them. After 2 seasons out of 3 as the NFC's #1 seed, this season only the Washington Redskins had a worse record in the NFC. They didn't win a single game on an opposing team's home field, failing to win anywhere in the United States outside of Atlanta. Head coach Mike Smith had only put together winning seasons and was in the playoffs in 4 out of 5 seasons. They only ever won that one game against the Seahawks, during which they still blew a 20-point lead. This being his first real blemish, he was kept on the job for 2014. But in an NFC South where only a .500 record was required to win it, they fell short of that as well, and he was let go. Maybe he never got his due because his name is something so generic as Mike Smith, but it's telling that he never landed another head coaching job again. 2013 was the kind of misery that Annie Wilkes could appreciate, with the entrails from that misery seeping into deep and dark disappointment. These Falcons become our third consecutive NFC team on the list, taking their place ahead of the '96 Lions with a C-score drop of 25.637 points. They were kings of the Bay Area for the past decade, but their reign was coming to a swift end, and on more than one account. Coming off a Super Bowl championship, the Oakland Raiders of 1981 are taking the 22nd spot. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get ready to roll. Oakland wasn't setting the world on fire in 1979, but they were a well above average team. They went 9-7 with a fairly standard point differential for that record. They were more offense than defense while playing the league's 8th hardest schedule. Their C-score is 8.277. This was the dawn of a new era for the Raiders, with head coach John Madden retiring to be replaced by Tom Flores. This was also a hard-luck group, playing in a very competitive AFC West that churned out the conference's #1 seed, with only one team landing a losing record, and even that was just at 7-9. They had a tough time within the division, going 3-5 against their 6-2 record outside of it. A 3-game losing streak early in the season was immediately followed up by a 3-game winning streak. At 6-6, they put together another 3-game winning streak to enter the final week of the season at 9-6. A major highlight was a 21-point second-half comeback over the Saints in New Orleans. Their final game would be against the Seattle Seahawks, who had defeated them by 17 points earlier in the season in the Kingdome. Still with a shot at making the playoffs, the Raiders instead capitulated defensively, going down in defeat by a score of 29-24. This was the first season since the AFL days of 1964 that the Raiders failed to finish in the top 2 of their division, finishing 4th. But unlike that 5-7-2 team, this team still had a winning record. Their standing in the Bay Area was completely unchanged though, with the 49ers enduring a truly awful season. It may have been Oakland's second consecutive 9-7 year without a playoff appearance, but there was no reason to panic heading into 1980. And as it turned out, the 1980 regular season went pretty well. While their points scored ranking was exactly the same, and their strength of schedule ranking was essentially the same, that points allowed ranking popped up along with everything else, giving the Raiders a C-score of 16.712. That 11-5 record got Oakland out of their one-year rut of not finishing in the top 2 of their division. The Chargers repeated as division champions, but only by the slimmest of margins. Both teams were 11-5. They split their regular season matchups, both went 6-2 within the division, and 9-3 within the conference. San Diego won the tiebreaker on account of their better point differential within the division, plus 60 against Oakland's plus 37. It was off to the wildcard round then, where they faced another tiebreaker scenario with the 11-5 Houston Oilers. It was much more straightforward this time, with Houston only putting up a 7-5 conference record. That gave the Raiders home field advantage, where they cruised to a 27-7 victory. Because NFL rules at the time didn't allow teams from the same division to play in the ironically named divisional round, Oakland instead traveled to Cleveland to face off with the Browns. With the Raiders already involved in 3 famous nickname games, the Immaculate Reception, the Sea of Hands, and the Holy Roller, they decided to add another one to that list, beating Cleveland 14-12 in the Red Right 88 game. Now they could take on the Chargers to settle matters in the AFC West once and for all. They flirted with giving away the 28-7 lead they built up, but held on and went to the Super Bowl, where they became the first official wildcard team to win it all. The Kansas City Chiefs did so in 1969 as the second-place team in the AFL West, a division that was won by the Raiders, so turnaround is fair play. Forget just being kings of the Bay Area, the Raiders were once again kings of the NFL, having done so in stunning fashion, beating an excellent Eagles team with ease. All of this with the controversy of a pending move to Los Angeles that the league had outright rejected. 1981 was shaping up to be a very interesting season for the reigning Super Bowl champions. Interesting, yes. Disappointing? Also yes. It may be that the Raiders emptied their holster the season before, because none of that spark appeared here for any length of time. They dropped to 7-9, their first losing record of the entire Super Bowl era. They took a step back in just about every area, but none more dramatically than their freefall to the 4th lowest scoring team in the league. That dragged their C-score all the way down to negative 9.56. And consider this. 4 different times this season, the Raiders scored at least 30 points when the league-wide average was under 21. Had they maintained just an 18-point average the rest of the way, they would have stayed in the top 10 in scoring. Of course, that's not what happened. Not even close. Their other 12 games saw them average fewer than 12 points, highlighted, or I guess lowlighted, by 3 consecutive shutouts. Those came against the Detroit Lions, the Denver Broncos, and the Kansas City Chiefs, none of whom finished in the top 8 for fewest points allowed despite those shutouts on their record. As a team, they had the 6th most passing attempts in the league, yet they finished 21st in passing yards. They only had 1 game all season where they didn't turn the ball over, and they only had 1 other game with only a single turnover. Yes, in their other 14 games, the Raiders were on average good for more than 1 turnover per half. To see just how far they fell, let's take a look at this chart. Here is every single Super Bowl champion to this point, and here are how many Pro Bowlers these teams had the following season. As we know, the Pro Bowl can sometimes be based more on reputation than actual play on the field, which will serve to juice some of these numbers. But no team is below 4 here, and only 2 teams are under 7. The average sits at just over 8.5 per team. Want to take a shot at how many Raiders made the Pro Bowl in 1981? Yeah, you probably thought it was going to be 0. They did manage 2. Cornerback Lester Hayes, who was coming off an NFL Defensive Player of the Year award, and Ted Hendricks, coming off a first-team All-Pro season, the 3rd such selection of his career, and owner of one of the greatest nicknames in the history of the entire world, the Mad Stork. In fairness to both players, they were among the 3 best players on the team that season, along with linebacker Rod Martin, according to Pro Football Reference AV. This all pales, though, to the Raiders' off-field drama. In May 1982, the Raiders officially left town and headed for Los Angeles after winning an antitrust lawsuit against the NFL. So never mind that the newly crowned Super Bowl champion San Francisco 49ers had now become kings of the Bay Area. They became the only show in town, at least for the next 13 years. Owner Al Davis pulled off the most impressive back-to-back in sports history. A league championship one year, a successful lawsuit against his own league in the other. The Raiders break another point barrier, seeing their disappointment score hit the skids at negative 26.272. They spent literal decades as a laughingstock. They started to show signs of life. Then in 2009, the New Orleans Saints won the entire thing. They remained in the spotlight. Then came 2014, with this team taking up our 21st spot. Thank you for joining us today. It's off to the bayou we go. This was not a winning team, but the 2012 New Orleans Saints put up a positive C-score. That was on account of their positive point differential, their high-scoring offense, and their decently difficult strength of schedule. That gave them a C-score of 1.842. Had this season dipped into the negatives though, this would be the team that would qualify as the disappointment. New Orleans was rock solid in 2010, before churning out an absolute unit in 2011. That team, C-Score's highest rated for that season, just got super unlucky to land the number 3 seed in the playoffs, placing them in the wildcard round before sending them on the road against a 49er team coming off a bye. The misfortune continued in 2012, and in a major way. It's simply impossible to talk about this team without talking about Bountygate. We're not going to go through all the sordid details. They're easy enough for you to find online if you're so interested or are in need of a refresher. Even the Wikipedia article is pretty good, but it resulted in quite a few suspensions that took hold during this season. Chief among them was head coach Sean Payton, suspended for the entire season. Joe Vitt, the intended interim coach, was suspended for the first 6 games. That left Aaron Kromer, the team's offensive line coach, as the interim head coach, perhaps a first in NFL history, for the first 6 games anyway. Yet the story was the same in New Orleans. High-scoring offense, Swiss cheese defense. They survived, but they didn't thrive. 2013 was their official opportunity to put Bountygate in the rearview mirror, and that was exactly what they intended to do. Mission mostly accomplished. The Saints were back to their winning ways, going 11-5 with a stellar plus 110 point differential that was shockingly led by the defense. Throw in a top 5 schedule, and New Orleans saw their C-score leap all the way up to 19.894. Just how improved was that defense? From dead last against the run to 19th, 31st against the pass to 2nd, dead last in first downs allowed to 1st, dead last in total D to 4th, and 2nd most points allowed to 4th fewest. They got big leaps forward in their front 7 from Akeem Hicks, David Hawthorne, and Junior Gillette. Free agent Keenan Lewis and rookie Kenny Vaccaro shored up the secondary. But the emergence of future Hall of Famer Cameron Jordan brought it all home. The offense wasn't quite as dynamic as in seasons past, but were still one of the very best in the league. Everything was setting up for the Saints to be an extremely dangerous team in the playoffs, except that this team was afflicted with the same bad luck that the 2011 team was. The Carolina Panthers were also an excellent team, and at 12-4, they took the NFC South title. And once again, it was the 49ers taking playoff seeding away from the Saints, this time by simply having a better record. And just like that, New Orleans was relegated to the 6th seed and away field disadvantage for the entire playoffs during a year where they were 8-0 at home. That put the Saints on the road against the Eagles in the wildcard round, and for some reason Philly was favored despite clearly being the inferior team. It wasn't easy, but the Saints built a 13-point lead in the 3rd quarter and held on to win by 2. Their reward was a trip to Seattle and the Hall of Doom. Despite being shut out for the first 3 quarters, they fought with honor before eventually going down in defeat. While not what they ultimately desired, 2013 was a success. Bountygate was now only a memory. Sean Payton was back in full force as the head coach, and the roster was in excellent shape. They faced adversity and came out stronger for it. The next step would be taken in 2014, and with a bounce or two finally falling in their favor, they could get back to the NFL mountaintop. Winston Churchill once referred to Russian action during World War II as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. The 2014 New Orleans Saints were a disappointment, wrapped in a disappointment, inside a disappointment. They were 7-9 again, but nowhere near their 2012 level, with a negative point differential and a bottom 10 strength of schedule. This complete cratering is well reflected in that C-score of negative 7.088. Starting the season with 2 road games, the Saints lost 2 heartbreakers, in overtime against the Falcons and by 2 points against the Browns. 2 games under 500, they would never find themselves above 500 at any point all season, although they did get to 4-4 at the midway point. They followed that up with yet another overtime loss as part of a 3-game losing streak. To compound things even further, a 500 record would have been good enough this season to win the NFC South and get back into the playoffs. Instead, sitting at just 7-8-1, the Carolina Panthers were once again crowned division champions. Despite sitting just a half game out of first, the Saints were eliminated from contention after Week 16, where they took their second loss to the Falcons. What went so wrong? Well, it wasn't the offense. The team may have only been the 9th highest scoring in the league, but the offense still ranked number 1. The disparity between their yards and their points came down to 2 major factors. They had the league's 3rd worst starting field position, allowing for more yards to be gained, and they turned the ball over in 14 out of 16 games, finishing 28th in the league. Of course, you can't score when you turn the ball over. Then there's the defense, so delightfully surprising in 2013, only to fall apart in 2014. Only Cameron Jordan and linebacker Curtis Lofton even approached average play, with the breakout players from the season before dropping right back into sub-mediocrity. Looking back at this chart, they went back to 29th against the rush, 25th against the pass, 28th in first downs allowed, 31st in total defense, and 28th in points allowed. Their defensive performance over the next 2 seasons goes even further to show that 2013 was either lightning in a bottle or simply a fluke. During this 3-year run, which again included a season with a great defense that didn't require a whole lot of passing to either catch up or keep up, Drew Brees attempted 1,979 passes. Only 177 quarterbacks in the entire history of the league have that many attempts in their entire careers. The notable names with fewer can create a tic-tac-toe board. Hey, let's do that. We've got Jalen Hurts, Jimmy Garoppolo, Don Majkowski, Tyrod Taylor, Steve Bono, Jacoby Brissett, Vince Ferragamo, and Hall of Famers Bob Waterfield and Sid Luckman. You'd probably play this Saints team in Madden, but on the real field, they were simply a disappointment. The 2014 Saints put us on the edge of the top 20 with their drop in C-score of 26.982. Coming off the most successful 5-year run in franchise history, dating all the way back to 1933, the Philadelphia Eagles finally hit a wall in 2005. Through a confluence of events, they will take our number 20 spot. Thank you for joining us today. Let's get this party started. The 2003 Eagles were not quite at the level of the 2002 or even the 2001 teams, but they were still pretty darn good. They won the NFC East for the 3rd straight season at 12-4, earned the number 1 seed in the playoffs for the 2nd straight season, and put up a C-score of 12.293. While the Cowboys provided for some competition, the NFC East was fairly weak in 03, and the rest of the Eagles' schedule wasn't really up to snuff either. That and a point differential of plus 87, more in line with a 10.4 win team, is what did the damage to their C-score relative to the previous two seasons. Coming out of the gates, things were looking grim. Their first two games were against the last two Super Bowl champions. Not only were they 0-2, they took a shutout loss and were outscored by an average of 19 points per game. Then, sitting at 2-3, they went on a rampage, winning every single game the rest of the way, except for one single loss in overtime. Favorites to make it to the Super Bowl after losing in the NFC Championship game for 2 straight seasons, Philly was facing a 4th and 26 in the divisional round against the Packers, 4th and more than a quarter of the field. They famously converted it though, eventually won the game, and were back in the title game for the 3rd straight season and for the 2nd straight season at home. All they had to do was beat the upstart Carolina Panthers, but 3 turned out to be the magic number. That was how many points they scored in that game, and that was now the number of consecutive NFC title games they'd lost. Surely they could make their breakthrough in 2004. That they did. Their strength of schedule ranking was exactly the same, tied at number 26 for hardest in the league, but everything else ticked up, including their record to 13-3. With yet another number 1 seed in the bag, Philly's C-score rose to 20.152. We've mentioned this before on this channel, and it's a fairly well documented fact that the 2004 NFC was, to put it simply, a dog pile of crap. It's easy to harp on a team making it to the playoffs with a losing record, and even winning a playoff game. In 2004, 2 different 8-8 teams won a playoff game. Half of the NFC's final 4 failed to put up a winning record. From C-Score's perspective, the Packers were the only other NFC team with a positive C-score. 10 of the top 11 teams in the league were from the AFC, while NFC teams made up for 12 of the bottom 16, including the entire bottom 6. All that said, the Eagles were still an excellent team that didn't just stand head and shoulders above the conference. They stood head, shoulders, arms, hips, legs, and feet above them, to Andre the Giant levels of proportion. With their only loss coming against the Steelers, a team that only finished the season 15-1, and already dealing with some injuries, Philly basically took the last 2 weeks of the season off to end the year at 13-3. After all, they had that luxury in this season's NFC. The injury that stung the most was to superstar wide receiver Terrell Owens, expected to be out for the rest of the season, on a play that prompted a rule change for the following year. Philly finally broke through in the NFC Championship game and made it to Super Bowl 39, where they would be facing the defending champion New England Patriots, who themselves were also much improved from the following season. Against the advice of his doctors, Owens not only played in the game, but put up a dominant performance, providing them their only glimmer of hope in what was ultimately a bitter defeat. Having taken that next step, there was now only one more to go. Get back to the Super Bowl, but this time win it. 2005 was the pathway to getting there. There's a lot to unpack regarding the 2005 Philadelphia Eagles, but let's run these numbers down first. They dropped from 13-3 to 6-10. Point differential down by more than 200 points to negative 78. From 8th in scoring to 18th. From tied for 2nd in fewest points allowed all the way down to 27th. Only their strength of schedule improved, which of course contributes to all of this. And their C-score? Perhaps the most disappointing of all, negative 7.467. We said earlier in the video that this was the best 5-season run in Eagles history. We can clearly see that in their regular season win totals, but we can see that even more in their win percentage, with only seasons from the 1940s comprising the top 5. That means playoff games, and a lot of them. Not only were the Eagles the only NFL team to make the playoffs in each of the previous 5 seasons, they won at least once each time as well, meaning a minimum of 2 extra games every year. Their 12 total postseason games led the way. That'll take a physical toll on a team, and while the Patriots still went on to win their division, they were a shell of the team they were the year before. Another issue with this Eagles team was off-field drama, including free agency losses and contract disputes, most notably with Terrell Owens. The Owens situation grew out of control, and despite averaging 109 receiving yards and just about 1 touchdown per game, the Eagles suspended him following further locker room strife and some incendiary comments to the media. They were 4-3 at the time of his suspension. Then, of course, were the injuries. Lots and lots of injuries. So many that even kicker David Akers and punter Dirk Johnson weren't immune to them, combining to miss 13 games. Only 9 players were able to start every week, with linebacker Jeremiah Trotter missing out on that opportunity when he was ejected from the opening game of the season during pregame warm-ups. It seemed as though the Eagles had left Philadelphia and actually made their way to Wisteria Lane. These were all bad things, and most of them were out of anybody's control, but there were other problems. Injuries do happen, and while this team suffered them at a higher rate than most, having some roster depth helps mitigate those problems when they occur. They didn't have that. They also pulled an NFL first, going winless within their own division after sweeping it the season before. They managed an early season blowout of the hapless 49ers, but their largest margin of victory otherwise was 6 points. They took 3 different losses by at least 23 points, including a 42-0 embarrassment at home against the Seahawks. All the above issues made it harder on the Eagles, but there is enough evidence here to suggest that a downturn was on its way. They went well past just a downturn though, and into the deep and dark realm of disappointment. The Eagles become the second franchise to make a second appearance on the countdown, settling in at number 20 with their disappointment score of negative 27.619. All good things must come to an end, and that end officially arrived for the New England Patriots in 2020, the NFL's worst season since World War II. As mentioned in our prior video, this team was almost exempted from this list. Instead, they occupy the number 19 spot. Thank you for joining us today. Let's dig up this mess. 2018 was your standard New England Patriots season. Go 11-5, but still win the laughably easy AFC East, play a laughably easy schedule, and still land a first-round bye in the playoffs. Ho-hum, a C-score of 17.467. Oh, but that's not it. How about their usual playoff blessings? They usually got a walkover in the divisional round, but the Chargers weren't a bad team at all. They did get to avoid a hard-driving Ravens team whose offense was completely reinvented with the insertion of a rookie quarterback by the name of Lamar Jackson. That would have been interesting to watch. Then, in the AFC Championship, the Kansas City Chiefs seemingly won the game on a Charvarius Ward interception with just a minute left to go. But Dee Ford, on the other side of the play and providing exactly 0 impact, was lined up in the neutral zone. Like the tuck rule, it was by the letter of the law the right call. But who else does that happen for other than the Patriots? New England won and went to the Super Bowl against the Rams, who themselves definitely did not deserve to be there. They averaged 33 points per game in the regular season, but the Pats' defense yes, they do have a defense, sliced that number down by more than 90%. And New England had just won the lowest scoring Super Bowl of all time with the lowest number of points scored by the winning team. They didn't always have runs like this, 2004 immediately comes to mind, but it was better than a 50-50 proposition. And of course, the silly talking heads that represent the NFL intelligentsia laid all the credit at the feet of just one person. The Pats did not win the Super Bowl in 2019. In fact, they didn't win a single playoff game. But they were a better team. They still played the easiest schedule in the league, tied for the easiest schedule in the league, but their overall performance was better, good for a C-score of 24.619. In fact, early on in the season, there was talk that this team could match the undefeated record of the 2007 team. I mean, what else could be expected after smashing up a bunch of bad teams outside of a solid victory over the Bills and a dominant win over the eventual 8-8 Steelers? Then we got that game we didn't get in the previous season's playoffs, and the Ravens knocked them around pretty good. Still, the Pats won their division at 12-4, even though they lost their last game of the season, at home, against the lowly Miami Dolphins. That did cost them the first round bye that must have felt like their birthright at that point. And the only time the Patriots have ever advanced to the Super Bowl without a first round bye was all the way back in 1985. We all know how that Super Bowl turned out. Alas, New England hosted the bottom-seeded Titans and found themselves out of the playoffs in the blink of an eye. This was indeed the end of the line. The Patriots sold out over the past few seasons, and it worked. This quote from Bill Belichick says it all. We sold out and won 3 Super Bowls, played in a 4th, and played in an AFC Championship game. The future was sacrificed for the present, and with the salary cap bill due, it went from all hands on deck to abandon ship really quickly. And with the guy who takes the snap from the center not wanting anything to do with a team like that, he was on the first lifeboat he could find. He wasn't the only one, of course, but remember, the Patriots have only ever had one player on their roster with a bunch of other guys just making up the scenery. There was no easier prediction in the world than that the Patriots would struggle in 2020, but they still had no idea what lay ahead of them. The storm was coming, and it was coming hard. Let's jump right in. Here are the raw numbers for the 2020 New England Patriots. They went 7-9. They got outscored by 27 points. That was mostly on their lack of scoring, finishing 27th in that department. The defense held up pretty darned well, finishing 7th in points allowed. And now, all of a sudden, their schedule was much more difficult, tied for 10th hardest in the league, and the hardest for the Patriots since 2014. Their C-score sits at -3.199. The simple, and I do mean simple, answer to why the Patriots fell off in 2020 is that Tom Brady left the team. We know why he left though. The team was done for. The salary cap wasn't stretching any further, and he can only thrive when he has an excellent team around him. But of course, because we're YouTube's most intelligent audience, we know there is much more to the story. The 2020 season was an absolute mess. The cause of this wasn't the NFL's fault, of course, and they deserve some credit for getting every scheduled game onto the field. But they definitely played favorites with how all that turned out. Some teams had missing players and got their games postponed. Others did not and had to play with entire position groups unavailable. All that over nothing, of course, but we're not going to dive any further into that. No one had it worse than New England. Some of this will sound familiar if you've watched my Tom Brady video, but here are the highlights. The 2020 NFL season allowed for player opt-outs. 67 such opt-outs were taken, 8 of them from the Patriots. The other 31 teams averaged 1.8 opt-outs each. Despite representing 3.1% of the league, the Patriots represented almost 12% of the opt-outs. Then, there's the salary cap. For the season, the Patriots used less than half of their cap for the active roster, due to a lot of dead money, most of it Brady's, even though he left on his own accord and wasn't a cap casualty in the traditional sense, and also due to, all the other crap. Only the 49ers had it worse than the Patriots this season in adjusted games lost as calculated by Football Outsiders, and the Niners were basically an ambulance ward this season. And yes, they downgraded the quarterback position because there was no way to improve it. Cam Newton, at least the 2020 version, was probably the league's worst starting QB. But if Brady remained, it wouldn't have been a whole lot better. And to top it off, the Pats, like many other teams, were stripped of their practices. But this meant so much more because Bill Belichick is the best game planner in NFL history, and practice is where game planning matters the most. All this adds up to a 2-14 team at best, but they still pulled out a 7-9 record and were right back to top-level football in 2021. This was the best coaching job of Bill Belichick's career. No other coach would have guided this mess to the edge of 500. You can hopefully see why this team was under consideration for an exemption from this list. But at the end of the day, we gotta go by the numbers. This was the highly abridged version. If you want more, check out the Tom Brady video. Link is in the description. If you didn't know, it's pretty long, but might I say, it's also highly entertaining. Let's go ahead and place the 2020 Patriots on this list, just about 1/5 of a point ahead of the 05 Eagles at negative 27.818. The New England Patriots went 9 straight seasons without a winning record, putting out some really bad teams in the process. Then came 1976 and a period of competitiveness. Then came 1981, getting themselves ranked here at number 18. The 1979 New England Patriots put together a solid season, going 9-7 with an excellent plus 85 point differential. That came from their excellent offense, finishing tied for second in the league in points scored. Against a middle-of-the-road schedule, they land a C-score of 11.815. The NFL added a second wildcard team to each conference when they added 2 extra games to the schedule in 1978. That wasn't enough though for the 79 Patriots to make it to the playoffs. Not helping their cause was a highly competitive AFC that was well ahead of the AFC at the time. Also not helping was a 3-game losing streak late in the season that dropped them from a solid 8-4 to a less than stellar 8-7. A win at the end of the season wasn't enough, with 10 wins required to make it to the playoffs. There were plenty of positives to take from the season though. As mentioned, New England scored the second most points in the league, tied with the high-powered San Diego Chargers and trailing the Pittsburgh Steelers by only 5 points. All Pittsburgh did was go and win their 4th Super Bowl in 6 seasons. They scored at least 24 points 11 different times when the league average was just a hair over 20. They cleared 50 points twice. Yet frustration still lingered, going back to their controversial exit from the 1976 playoffs. Over the past 4 seasons, they went 40-20, an exceptional .667 win percentage, but they only made the playoffs twice and didn't have a win to show for it. They had to believe that 1980 was their year to top the AFC East, get into the playoffs, then make some noise. They certainly had the team to do just that. And New England improved across the board in 1980. They moved up to 10-6, increased their point differential to plus 116, and remained the league's second highest scoring team. Their schedule was just a little bit lighter, but their C-score signified a better team at 15.431. The Miami Dolphins, winners of the AFC East in 1979, saw a downturn in 1980. Yet the Patriots couldn't win the division, as it was the Buffalo Bills who rose from 7-9 to 11-5 that took the crown. The Bills had a fine season and deserve plaudits for their turnaround, but the Patriots were the better team on the whole. They looked great coming out of the gates, finding themselves at 6-1. They split their next two, including a loss against the Bills, to remain a very healthy 7-2. In their next 5 games, the Patriots outscored their opponents 125 to 113, but they found themselves at 1-4 during that stretch. 2 of those losses were by 4 points, and 2 of them were by 3 points, including 1 in overtime. And just like that, the Pats were 8-6. They would win their final 2 games, including a defensive shutout of the Bills, but once again, they were short of the playoffs. 11-5 was the required record in the AFC this season, and one of the teams that claimed a wildcard spot, the Oakland Raiders, went on to win the Super Bowl. This was part of a bigger problem faced by the Pats all season long, going 9-2 in games decided by multiple possessions, but only 1-4 in their one-score counterparts. Their 441 points scored set a new franchise record. New England would make it to 5 Super Bowls and win 3 over the years before that record was finally broken, and all it took was an undefeated juggernaut in a higher scoring environment to do so. Also of note, future head coach Bill Parcells was on the coaching staff, and this was the team that gave him the nickname the Big Tuna. All that aside, 1980 officially marked a crossroads for the Patriots. The status quo was no longer going to do. They either needed to take that next step forward and legitimately challenge for a Super Bowl, or they were going to swirl downward. 1981 would tell that story. Swirl downward it is. Their point differential of -48 is more in line with a team closer to a 7-9 record. But the bottom line is that the Patriots dropped right back down to the bottom of the league at 2-14. The defense still wasn't doing much, their schedule wasn't getting any harder, and now their offense took a tumble too. It's the best 2-14 record ever put up by anyone in NFL history, but that C-score still sits in the dumps of disappointment at -12.42. That point differential was aided by the Patriots' 2 victories coming by margins of 16 and 28 points. It's also due in part to an 0-8 record in one-score games, 2 of those in overtime. They also lost 3 games by 1 or 2 points, but we'll revisit that little fact in just a moment. Of course, all of this means that they did lose 6 games by multiple possessions, which was as many as they had lost in the previous 3 seasons combined, so it wasn't all wine and roses in Foxborough. Their defense hadn't been stellar in either 1979 or 1980, but it was unquestionably worse this season. Perhaps some help along the defensive line would have helped. Well, they had it. In 1979, they found Bob Golick in the 2nd round of the draft. An All-American linebacker in college, Golick didn't fare as well with the Pats, starting only 12 games in 13 seasons. They gave up on him after 1981. He landed in Cleveland, moved to the defensive line, and played 11 more seasons, racking up 3 Pro Bowl and 2 second-team All-Pro appearances. The next season, they found Steve McMichael in the 3rd round, yet another first-team All-American. After 6 games and no starts, he was released after 1 season. He moved to Chicago, played 14 more seasons, made 2 Pro Bowl, 2 second-team All-Pro, and 2 first-team All-Pro appearances. He was part of the greatest defense in NFL history with the 1985 Chicago Bears, and eventually found himself in the Hall of Fame. I think it's safe to say the Patriots could have used them both. With the first pick in the 1982 draft that they earned during this 1981 season, they went to the defensive line, selecting Kenneth Sims, a move that also didn't work out so well for them. More than anything else though, this 81 season was known for opening the year with a 1-point loss at home to the Baltimore Colts, and ending it with a 2-point loss to those same Colts in Baltimore. Those Colts lost every one of their 14 games in between, setting a number of records for futility that still inspire awe. The Patriots single-handedly prevented us from seeing the first ever 0-16 team in NFL history, and those 81 Colts were worthy of the title. So while the underlying numbers for this team aren't altogether bad, the level of infamy associated with them is completely earned. Head coach Ron Earhart was shown the door, where he found greener pastures as offensive coordinator for the New York Giants, winning 2 Super Bowls. All in all, a massive disappointment for the 1981 New England Patriots. It was a close call between these two Patriots teams, but the 81 squad edges out the 2020 squad by .035, with their disappointment score of negative 27.851. The Tennessee Titans only really came into existence in 1999, having begun their lives as the Houston Oilers before being known as the Tennessee Oilers for just 2 seasons. In this 3rd season of 2001, they will take our 17th spot. After an extended period of utter mediocrity, the newly minted Tennessee Titans went on a run for the ages, finishing 13-3 and shockingly making their way through the AFC playoffs and into Super Bowl 34. Their underlying numbers are less than spectacular though, landing them a C-score of 8.406. What was spectacular, though, was that playoff run. First, trailing by 16 seconds in their wildcard game against the Buffalo Bills, they pulled off the Music City Miracle, one of the greatest plays in NFL history, winning that game. Next, they traveled to the 13-3 Indianapolis Colts and won that game 19-16. Then, in the AFC Championship game, they defeated their division rivals, the Jacksonville Jaguars, for the 3rd time that season, sending them to the Super Bowl. They lost that game, of course, to the St. Louis Rams on the final play of the game, known as 1 yard short or the tackle, depending on your perspective. All this against the background of what we previously referred to as a period of utter mediocrity. Indeed, they went exactly 8-8 the previous 3 seasons and threw in a 7-9 record before that as well. Between 96 and 99, 4 seasons, they played their home games in 4 different stadiums in 3 different cities until Adelphia Coliseum, now known as Nissan Stadium, would be ready. With a little stability, a new name, and a new logo, they were ready to break out, and they did just that. Still, as far as 13-3 teams go, they were underwhelming, only managing a plus 68 point differential and going 7-1 in one-possession games against a very easy schedule. All that meant is that a team who lost the Super Bowl on the very last play of the game actually had plenty of room to get even better. And that's just what they did in 2000. They remained 13-3, but they did so in much more dominant fashion, increasing that point differential to plus 155, and doing so against a much more demanding schedule, if still not above average. That brought their C-score to 22.205. Leading the way was the defense. They finished 2nd in the league in fewest points allowed, but that's deceptive. Leading the way was the historically good Baltimore Ravens. Since 1978, the season the NFL went to a 16-game schedule and changed many rules to encourage more offensive football. Only 2 teams have allowed fewer points per game. Those Ravens and the 1986 Chicago Bears. Check out this laundry list of defenses ranked below the 2002 Tennessee Titans, 02 Bucks, 78 Steelers, the Dome Patrol 92 Saints, the 85 freaking Bears. But that's not the end of the story. The Ravens may have allowed fewer points, but it was the Titans who were the #1 defense in the league, allowing 154 fewer yards than the Ravens. That's right, considered by many the greatest single-season defense of the Super Bowl era, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens actually finished second that season to the Titans. They also finished second to Tennessee in the division. That set up an inevitable matchup between the two in the playoffs, and that came to pass in the divisional round. The season before, the Titans were the wildcard team, finishing second place in the AFC Central, going on the road to face the division champion in the playoffs. They got that win. This season, the Titans were the AFC Central champion, getting to play host to the second place team in the AFC Central. The results were the same, but the roles were reversed, with the Titans going down. The game was tied 10-10 heading into the fourth quarter. Tennessee allowed 134 yards and 6 first downs the whole game. 56 of those yards came on one play. But in the fourth quarter, Baltimore returned a blocked field goal for a touchdown, then returned an interception for a touchdown. Final score, 24-10. It was a tough way to lose, but these Titans had proven they could handle those losses and bounce back even stronger. But that's not what happened. Perhaps the totality of what transpired the previous 2 seasons, even the previous 6 seasons, weighed down too heavily on this team. They dropped to 7-9. Their offensive prowess remained similar, but most distressingly, the defense collapsed, going from 3rd best in points allowed during a near 50-year era, down to 25th in the league just this season. Their C-score aids in the disappointment, dropping down to -5.946. It was never fair to expect the Titans to keep up the same kind of defensive performance in 2001 as they did in 2000. First of all, that's just too much to ask on the face of it. Wilt Chamberlain once scored 100 points in a game. He followed that up with 58. Still great, but also a 42% drop-off. Second, their defensive coordinator, the now infamous Greg Williams, became the head coach in Buffalo. Third, they had many key personnel losses. Defensive end Kenny Holmes, cornerback Denard Walker, and safety Marcus Robinson all left in free agency. Their other safety, Blaine Bishop, and D-tackle John Thornton missed most of the season. That's 5 key players. The 2000 Titans had 176 defensive starts between 17 different players. Those same players combined for 96 starts in 2001, exactly 80 fewer. 80 fewer starts across 16 games? Why, that's exactly 5 players worth. And the same unit that finished first in the league in total defense the season before, ahead of the Baltimore Ravens, all the way down to 25th, perfectly mirroring their ranking in points allowed. Just a stunning collapse that doesn't quite get the recognition it might deserve. After losing only 3 games in each of the previous 2 seasons, the Titans matched that total in 2001 after just 3 games. That 3rd loss was handed to them by, you guessed it, the Ravens. They fought hard the rest of the way, strictly alternating wins and losses between weeks 7 and 13, and even climbed back to 500 at 7-7. Then came their only other losing streak of the season, 2 in a row to end it. The first, a 3-point home loss to the Cleveland Browns, where they scored 38 points. The second, a 2-point home loss to Ohio's other team, the Cincinnati Bengals, in a game that had to be rescheduled from an original September date. Moreover, they had already beaten those 2 teams on the road earlier in the year in this, their final season altogether as division rivals, before the NFL realigned its divisions the following season. And with that, the disappointment was complete. Right back to the pre-Titans era of mediocrity with another 7-9 record. finishing behind the Steelers for the 22nd time in their 32 seasons together as division rivals. And then, after the season, saying goodbye to the greatest player in franchise history, offensive lineman Bruce Matthews, who had done it all and been through it all in Houston, in Memphis, and in Nashville, both as an Oiler and as a Titan. Who knew that this next gap would be so precise? By exactly 0.3 points, the 2001 Tennessee Titans get in ahead of the 1981 Patriots. Number 19 and number 18 gave us back-to-back entries from the same franchise. Now, number 17 and number 16 gives us back-to-back entries from the same season, with the 2001 Indianapolis Colts being the next team we're going to look at. Decades on from their status as a juggernaut franchise, the Colts served notice that they were ready to return to that status in 1999. Led by an explosive offense, Indy went 13-3 with a plus 90 point differential. Their C-score sits at 16.181. I suppose if we ever did the reverse of this countdown, looking at breakout teams over a 3-year period, that this Colts team would be in prime position to make it on and make it on high. 2 straight 3-13 seasons preceded this one, and it was mostly an ugly watch. They had win number 3 this season by their 5th game, and by their 6th game, they had win number 4. And they just kept winning. In fact, they won 11 straight. The last time the Colts ever won 11 games in an entire season was 1976. Neither punter Hunter Smith nor running back Edgerrin James had even been born yet. Speaking of James, as we said, this team was led by its offense, and a lot of that fell on him. Even though they were only 3-13 the season before, they did have one offensive superstar in running back Marshall Faulk. But he wanted more money, a lot more money. Indy wasn't so inclined, so they traded him. Then Indy drafted James 4th overall, the first running back off the board when it was universally accepted that Ricky Williams would be the first one taken. Well, he had no problem fitting into the offense that did have another reason behind its emergence, a very young quarterback you may have heard of named Peyton Manning. Although the season ended in bitter disappointment with a one-and-done home playoff loss, the horizon was as wide as could be for this young, talented team. Although their record doesn't quite show it, the 10-6 Indianapolis Colts of 2000 was a slightly better team. That's because their overall performance level was higher, even though they played a more difficult schedule. C-Score recognizes that, giving them a slight boost to 18.134. We mentioned that 11-game winning streak from the season before. 8 of those wins were by 1 possession, including the last 5. This Colts team didn't see that same kind of fortune. In fact, they had a losing record in those games this season at 4-5, including 3 losses in a 4-game stretch, all by 3 points or fewer. Those losses were enough to push the Colts down to 2nd place in the AFC East. Yes, they were in the East at this time, but it wasn't enough to push them out of the playoffs completely. They barely got in as the 6th and final seed, and were given an opportunity to take on the team that took the division from them, the Miami Dolphins. It was also an opportunity to make up for their loss in the playoffs the season before. But in another heartbreak, this time in overtime, the Colts weren't able to get the job done, once again exiting the playoff stage. The problem was that this was a misshapen team. 8 different Colts had an approximate value of 10 or higher this season, according to Pro Football Reference. Every single one of them played on offense. The season prior, 9 different players had an approximate value of 9 or higher. Every single one of them played on offense too. That said, the defense was mostly fine. They were 17th in points allowed and 15th in yards allowed in '99, and this season those rankings landed at 15th and 21st. Without a single offensive player over the age of 29, the Colts were set to dominate in that department for years to come. A good draft and a few free agents on the defensive side of the ball, just getting them to the edge of the top 10, would be enough to take this lopsided roster and mold it into a true Super Bowl contender. With Bill Polian at general manager and a defensive-minded head coach in Jim Mora, smart money was on them succeeding. Smart money is not made money. The Colts did not improve on defense. They didn't even hold their ground. They got worse, a lot worse. And despite their offense staying as high-powered as ever, they saw their record drop to 6-10 with a negative 73-point differential, a difference of exactly 11 points worse per game than the season before. Their C-score makes this disappointment complete, taking a downward dive to negative 10.219. Despite all their offensive prowess, Indy stayed with offense with their first-round pick in the '01 draft. Now, you're supposed to draft the best player available regardless of position, and there's no denying that they hit on that pick with wide receiver Reggie Wayne, a likely future Hall of Famer. But this would have worked out better if their subsequent picks were any good. Idris Bashir, high in the second round, became an immediate starter at safety and had some moments here and there, but he was far from an impact player. Nothing of that sort could be said at all about their third-round safety, Corey Bird. Do you remember Corey Bird? Cause I sure don't. They made two more defensive back picks, corner Raymond Walls and yet another safety in Jason Doring. Doring probably outplayed his 6th-round status, but still, nothing much to see here. Beyond Reggie Wayne, the Colts landed Ryan Deem in the 4th round and Rick DeMulling in the 7th. Both became very good players, with Deem in particular becoming a standout. So the story remained the same. Indy could collect offensive talent, but not so much on defense. This free agency collection of Christian Peter, Sean Harris, and Mike Wells moved the needle by about half a millimeter. So we know the Colts allowed more points than anyone else in the league, but it's even worse than that. They allowed 486 points, more than 30 points per game when the league average was 20.2. Only the truly horrific 1981 Colts, the 1980 Saints, and the 1966 Giants had ever allowed more points in a season to that point. C-Score ranks this defense as the 10th worst of the entire Super Bowl era and the 2nd worst of the 21st century, only bettering the 2009 Lions. C-Score further ranks the imbalance between their defense and offense as the 5th highest of the Super Bowl era and the 3rd highest of the 21st century. This is all to say one thing: this defense stinks. Let's take a look at AV one more time. 10 different Colts had an AV of at least 7. They all played on offense. One of them was Edgerrin James, and he only played 6 games. No Colts defensive player could even clear 5. Such an incredible waste of a truly generational quarterback, serving proof that football is strictly a team sport and that one player can never be the reason why a team wins, not even someone as great as Peyton Manning. Although in his particular case, the 2011 season sure did say a lot. Even without the strict parameters we set for this countdown, this 2001 Colts team cannot be considered anything less than a staggering disappointment. Since we're now in the second half of the countdown, we officially turn the page here to continue our list, where we find the 2001 Colts with a disappointment score of negative 28.353. The Los Angeles Rams hired Sean McVay in January of 2017. From that point on, all they knew were winning seasons. Some of those seasons were especially successful. That particular party ended in 2022, landing them in this number 15 spot. 2020 NFL season was just weird and dumb all around, but like everybody else, the Rams fielded a team, and a pretty good team at that. They played an above-average schedule, outscored it by 76 points, and went 10-6. This added up to a C-score of 12.165. It was also a reversal on how the Rams had been doing business during the Sean McVay era. In his previous 3 seasons in charge, the Rams finished 1st, 2nd, and 11th in points scored. They also finished 23rd, 12th, and 20th in points allowed. Those numbers flipped this season. LA was tied for 22nd best in the league in points scored, but they were now 1st in fewest points allowed. Forget about finishing 1st in this category. The last time the Rams were even in the top 10 was all the way back in 2001. The last time they were 1st? 1975. Of course, Sean McVay hadn't even been born yet, but even general manager Les Snead was only 4 years old. This shouldn't be too shocking though. After all, the Rams employed Aaron Donald, a legitimate candidate for the greatest player in NFL history, period. They also traded for superstar corner Jalen Ramsey. They lacked for other superstars, but they didn't lack for overall talent. With that 10-6 record, the Rams made the playoffs as the 6th of now 7 seeds and matched up with the NFC West champion Seattle Seahawks. They went into Seattle and handed them just their 2nd home loss of the season. A trip to Green Bay the following week didn't go as well, but the Rams had made their mark. If they could just get the offense back on track, things would be looking up for 2021. And they did just that. LA went 12-5 this season with an improved offensive performance, but also a more true-to-form defensive performance. The schedule got lighter, the point differential didn't improve by much, but they did increase their C-score to 16.956. You want to know one surefire way for a team to increase their C-score? How about playing at about the same level from the season before, but this time going on to win the Super Bowl? Well, that's exactly what these Rams did. This time they won the NFC West, a competitive if not overpowering division this season. At 12-5, this being the first 17-game regular season in the NFL, they were the NFC's number 4 seed, the lowest seed available to a division champ. They took care of the Arizona Cardinals in the wild card game with ease. They then won each of their next 3 games, the Super Bowl included, by exactly 3 points each. Hey man, they don't write all that on the banner. You win the Super Bowl, you win the Super Bowl. It's an accomplishment that can never be taken away. But it was also underwhelming. The Packers and Titans comprised the worst number 1 seeds of all time, and both went one and done. The AFC champion, the Cincinnati Bengals, were also the 4 seed in their conference. By combined C-score, this was the worst Super Bowl matchup ever. Had these playoffs been played 100 times, I don't think any one team takes home the Lombardi more than 15 times. But again, none of that goes up on the banner. The Rams were Super Bowl champions, for the first time as the Los Angeles Rams. They brought in Jalen Ramsey the year before and Matthew Stafford this season. They added Von Miller, Odell Beckham Jr., and Eric Weddle after Halloween, in Weddle's case, bringing him out of retirement after the regular season. They hadn't made a first-round pick since Bronco Nagurski was draft eligible. They survived a mid-season 3-game losing streak. Then they won 3 straight games that really could have gone either way, and got to hang a banner. Isn't that the script to every Super Bowl win? Nothing bad can happen after that, right? So was that the longest setup of all time, or what? Yes, something bad could happen after that, and it happened the very next season. The Rams flipped their record from 12-5 to 5-12. They almost flipped their point differential from plus 88 to minus 77. They dropped outside of the top 20 in both points scored and points allowed. In what is unequivocally the single worst and most disappointing performance by a defending champion of the Super Bowl era, their C-score dropped to negative 11.529. Now, of course, the Rams neither magically transformed into a bad football team, nor did they suddenly forget how to play the game. There were other things in play. Offensive coordinator Kevin O'Connell became the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, taking several other assistants with him. Ejiro Evero and other defensive assistants moved on to the Denver Broncos. Several players left as well, chief among them mid-season acquisitions from the season before, Von Miller and Odell Beckham. And, of course, there were the injuries. Matthew Stafford missed 8 games, as did Cooper Kupp, fresh off winning the wide receiver Triple Crown and Super Bowl MVP. Actual Super Bowl MVP Aaron Donald missed 6 games. They started 11 different combinations on the offensive line in their first 11 games, a first for any team since the 1970 merger. Rob Havenstein was the only member of the O-line to start all 17 games. In fact, only 5 players for the Rams all year started 17, among just 13 players who played all 17. But you see, that's kind of the thing. The Rams famously treated draft picks like rental cars, something you have for a while but eventually have to give back. Draft picks replenish talent, create roster depth, protect against injury, and prevent a team from becoming too top-heavy where everything can fall apart if those players fail to perform or, get injured, as is known to happen to professional football players. 2022 was the 6th straight season the Rams did not have a first-round pick. In fact, they didn't have a second-round pick. Or a third. They wound up getting a compensatory pick in the third, but they selected exactly 0 players in the top 100 picks. It's a classic debate, really. Selling out to win Super Bowls versus keeping an eye on long-term building. If the Rams lose one of those 3-point games, it feels like a failure. But since they didn't, it was probably worth it. All that said, 2022 was a disaster. No way around it. Sitting at 2-1, they lost 11 of the next 14 games, 7 of them by double digits. They didn't win a single game outside of the Pacific time zone, beating the Cardinals in Arizona before daylight saving time ended, and otherwise going 0-7 on the road. They were, and still are, the worst and most disappointing defending Super Bowl champions of all time. But they were defending Super Bowl champions, a claim the other 31 teams in the league could not make. These margins are starting to get razor thin. The 2022 Rams take their place ahead of the Colts by right around 1/8 of a point with their disappointment score of negative 28.485. For a franchise that has been defined by so close yet so far, the Minnesota Vikings of 2010 were only able to pull off the so far distinction. What was supposed to be a celebration of their 50th season as a franchise instead turned into a full-on display of what can go wrong, will go wrong. The 2008 season was a comeback year for the Vikings. They went 10-6 against the top 10 schedule and were crowned NFC North Division champions for the first time in 8 years. Above average pretty much across the board, they landed a C-score of 9.468. This also marked their first double-digit win total and their first playoff trip with a winning record since that 2000 season. This Vikings team was loaded with talent. The Williams wall of Kevin and Pat Williams on the interior defensive line was flanked by pass-rushing maven Jared Allen. Chad Greenway and Ben Lieber were an excellent linebacker combination. Antoine Winfield was a monster in the secondary. Steve Hutchinson was in the middle of a Hall of Fame career on the offensive line. A solid group of pass catchers was led by Bernard Berrien and is over 20 yards per reception. But the star of the show was running back Adrian Peterson, following up his scintillating rookie season with an NFL-leading 1,760 rushing yards. If Peterson rushed for fewer than 110 yards in a game, it was below average. None of that carried them in the playoffs, though. They got to host the bottom-seeded Philadelphia Eagles, but they took a 26-14 loss. In fairness, the Eagles were well better than your average 6th seed. There was a feeling in and around the Vikings and the league as a whole that they were a quarterback from really breaking out. Their primary starter this season was a 37-year-old Gus Frerotte, after all. There was one particular guy they had their eye on for this season, but they weren't able to bring him in. They would try again in 2009. And this time, they reeled him in. Along with their existing talent and a few more breakouts, the Vikings exploded with a 12-4 record in 2009. They didn't play the hardest schedule, but they crushed it anyway, outscoring their opponents by 158 points. That shot their C-score all the way up to 22.832. Of course, we're talking about Brett Favre here. Favre was on the trading block in 2008 as a member of the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay, absolutely unwilling to trade Favre within the division, instead sent him to the New York Jets. They did so with a poison pill, stating that if the Jets consequently traded him to Minnesota, then they would be owed massive draft compensation, reportedly 3 first-round picks. So Favre played for the Jets, looked mostly washed up, and retired for approximately the 34th time in his career. That prompted the Jets to then release him. Then Favre unretired. A free agent, he signed with the Vikings. Now, Favre isn't the only reason Minnesota was so good this season, but in looking at the raw numbers, it's pretty evident that even with 3 consecutive MVP seasons in the mix, that this was the greatest season of his entire career. He certainly kept those interception numbers down while setting career highs in completion percentage, yards per attempt, and passer rating. But this right here is the play that defined the Minnesota Vikings season. Tie game at the edge of field goal range, if not directly in field goal range, late in the 4th quarter. On 3rd down, throwing the ball across his body, only to be intercepted by Tracy Porter. The Saints win the overtime coin toss and take it down and go to and win the Super Bowl. It could have been the Vikings. It maybe should have been the Vikings. After all, it came out later that Favre and other members of the team were targets of a systematic practice by the Saints to injure opposing players. Usually, when a franchise says, "This is our year," it comes off as hollow. Not so for these Vikings. This really was their year. Their dominance of the 1970s led to no Super Bowls. Their utterly dominant 1998 team led to no Super Bowl. Generally sustained excellence over the entire Super Bowl era led to no Super Bowls. If not now, if not in 2009, then when? Not in 2010, that's for sure. Maybe the writing was already on the wall, but that doesn't prevent this season from falling into the deep despair of disappointment. Albeit against a much harder schedule, the Vikings dropped to a 6-10 record and a negative 67 point differential. The offense really fell off, from 2nd in points scored the season before, all the way down to 29th. They managed to keep their C-score in the negative single digits, but it was negative nonetheless at minus 5.768. We said in the intro that the Vikings put on a display of what can go wrong will go wrong. Let's run it down. Brett Favre, beaten and bruised in the 2009 NFC Championship game and really throughout his career, lost his Iron Man streak, missing out on a December game. 297 consecutive starts, 321 when including the postseason, over. Not to mention that he wasn't exactly playing that well before it happened. The legendary Randy Moss made a triumphant return to the team where he started his career. He lasted 4 games, and while he scored 2 touchdowns, he was waived. Afflicted with migraines since his childhood, second-year superstar in the making Percy Harvin collapsed due to a migraine attack during the preseason that literally stopped his heart. Heavy snowfall caused the roof of the Metrodome to literally collapse, providing a fitting metaphor for this team. The Vikings could probably count on one hand the number of players who were better in 2010 than they were in 2009, and they likely wouldn't need all 5 fingers. Head coach Brad Childress, seemingly always under fire, was finally out of time, fired after a 3-7 start. A 3-3 finish under interim and soon-to-be full-time coach Leslie Frazier cannot mask these final numbers. The last time they had a worse record was 9 seasons earlier in 2001. The last time they finished last place in their division was 20 years earlier in 1990. 1 season after sweeping their hated rivals, the Green Bay Packers, the tables were turned this season, with Green Bay getting the sweep, including a 31-3 shellacking in Minnesota. To make matters worse, Minnesota had to watch the Packers go on and win the Super Bowl. Just about the only positive to come out of this season was safety Madu Williams being named the Walter Payton Man of the Year. But even that comes with a sour taste, as Williams was released before the start of the 2011 season. As a member of the Redskins in 2012, he would nab himself a pick 6 against his former team. As stated earlier, a drop-off to a certain degree was to be expected this season, but the Vikings still entered the year as the 9th most likely Super Bowl champion according to the betting odds, and they had an over-under win total of 9.5, with only 5 teams rated out higher. The depths to which the bottom fell out remains stunning, leaving these Vikings as one of the most disappointing teams of the entire Super Bowl era. Although the 2010 Vikings won't like making it onto this list, perhaps they can take some solace in how clean their disappointment score is at precisely negative 28.6. This 3-year requirement makes it impossible for a team to show up on the list in back-to-back seasons. The closest that may be done would be over 3 seasons. Well, after appearing here in 2001, the Tennessee Titans pulled off the closest thing we have to a back-to-back by landing the number 13 spot with their 2014. Off the disappointment that was 2001, the Titans went 11-5 in 2002. They only outscored their opponents by 43 points, and they didn't play a tough schedule, but they were good enough to win the first ever AFC South Division title. Their C-score is 5.618. It did look like more of the same for Tennessee to start the season, though. An opening week win over the NFC's eventual number 1 seed was followed by 4 consecutive losses, including a dismantling at the hands of the Oakland Raiders. They grabbed a win before their bye week. Then they didn't lose another game the entire season, except for a 1-point loss to the Ravens in Baltimore. All those wins after the bye were by 1 possession until they went out in style, winning their last 4 games by double digits. That included their first return to Houston after leaving that city 6 years earlier. A team that was 1-4 had now earned a first-round bye in the playoffs and were getting there hot. Getting that bye week and home field in the divisional round worked out in their favor. They needed overtime, but they were able to take out their former divisional rival in the Pittsburgh Steelers to make it to the AFC Championship game. This after Pittsburgh had a borderline miraculous comeback the week before just to get that far. A rematch with the Oakland Raiders awaited them, and while it wasn't quite as one-sided as their regular season matchup, Oakland walked away with the fairly easy win. The arrow was pointing up for Tennessee though, and with 2001 now looking like a blip on the radar, they were ready to get back to the grind in 2003. This is where records can sometimes be deceiving. The Titans improved by 1 win to 12-4, but they were certainly much better across the board. They played a harder schedule, scored more points, and actually gave up the same amount of points. These are things that C-Score notices, and they rose up to a 16.506. There was another team that was making a move back up the AFC South though, the Indianapolis Colts. So while Tennessee won the division the year before at 11-5, they couldn't win it this season at 12-4. They tied with Indy, but took the sweep against them, forcing the Titans into the top wildcard spot. It had been 10 seasons since the Titans finished in the top 5 in points scored, and that was as the Oilers when they ran the run and shoot. In half their games this year, they scored at least 30 points, including 6 games in a row. This offensive performance didn't go unnoticed, with quarterback Steve McNair named co-NFL MVP alongside Colts quarterback Peyton Manning. Some have questioned this, believing the award should have gone solely to Manning. While that is certainly a fair assessment, McNair had a pocket full of intangibles, including toughness and leadership, that rightfully won over lots of voters. As a wildcard team, Tennessee was forced on the road to open the playoffs, and that would be in Baltimore to play the Ravens. Baltimore was draped in awards. Jamal Lewis was the Offensive Player of the Year. Ray Lewis was the Defensive Player of the Year, and Terrell Suggs was the Defensive Rookie of the Year. Yet, this wasn't a quintessential Ravens team, and the Titans were able to pull out a tough win. Funny story, this was the Ravens' first ever division title, 3 seasons after winning the Super Bowl. The season ended in heartbreak fashion for the Titans when wide receiver Drew Bennett could not make this catch. There's no way to know if they win the game had Bennett come down with it, but not coming down with it ended their hopes for a return trip to the AFC Championship game. With back-to-back 11-plus win seasons and playoff wins in each of those seasons, the Titans look to be contenders heading into the 2004 campaign. But looks can be deceiving. To put it lightly, things did not go well this season in Nashville. They cratered to 5-11, 7 games worse than they were the year before. They managed to not be outscored by triple digits, but just barely. The offense took a small step back, while the defense took a giant leap back. A top 10 strength of schedule provides some respite for that C-score, but not by much. Their disappointment was punctuated with a negative 12.245. The Titans lost a number of players this season, chief among them running back Eddie George, tight end Frank Wycheck, and defensive end Javon Curse. These guys are all Titan icons, and their loss should not be minimized. But they lost some other players as well, whose names may not show up on the marquee, but who still carried great significance, including wide receiver Justin McCarrons, defensive lineman Roberry Smith, and linebacker Peter Sermon. In Sermon's case, he was lost for the season due to injury. That's a lot of talent to lose all at once. But keeping that all in mind, the simple truth is that the Titans just didn't play as well as they had the previous 2 seasons. They weren't particularly unlucky in one-score games, going an even 3-3. After scoring 30-plus points 8 times the season before, they only did so 3 times this season, 2 of them in the final 4 weeks of the season. In contrast, they allowed 30-plus points 7 times, 5 of those in a row, with 2 different games in the 40s and 1 in the 50s. We should also mention that in those games where Tennessee cleared 30 points, they only went 1-2, with their 1 win requiring a 48-point outburst. The 2004 season was fairly well known, at least around these parts, as heavily tilting toward the AFC, so the Titans were in a tougher spot than normal. But they finished last place in their division. They were 2 games behind the Houston Texans, only in their 3rd season of existence. Only the Cleveland Browns and the Miami Dolphins had worse records. There just weren't many bright spots for this team. They had no Pro Bowlers. They found Randy Starks in the 3rd round of the draft, and he did eventually become a Pro Bowler. for the Dolphins, and they landed some other solid, if unspectacular, players. In a very short time, they went from playoff contenders and maybe even Super Bowl contenders to the cupboard running completely dry. Again, this team had its share of departures, and they dealt with some injuries, including last season's co-MVP Steve McNair. Then again, backup Billy Volek came in and outperformed McNair in just about every way. But it's safe to say that if all those player losses were restored, this still wouldn't be anything better than a mediocre or slightly below average team. They just didn't have it. It's possible they never did and simply overachieved in the past. Either way, the expectations were there, and they were not met, putting the Titans right back into the disappointment bin. For the 5th straight entry, we remain in the -28 range of disappointment score, with the 2004 Titans landing at -28.751.
Well, look who's back.
Not only are the Tennessee Titans now making back-to-back appearances on this countdown, they become the first franchise to make a 3rd appearance. Moreover, all 3 have been in the last 6 entries, and all within the same decade. At number 12, we present to you the 2009 Tennessee Titans. 2007 Tennessee Titans emerged from a few bad seasons to get their record back over 500 at 10-6. It was close, but they also nabbed a positive point differential. Led by their defense against a middle-of-the-road schedule, they earned a C-score of 2.374. When a football team goes 10-6 and only outscores its opponents by 4 points, it's a pretty safe bet they did very well in one-possession games. And yeah, the Titans went 7-3. They weren't looking like anything special early on in the season, starting off at 3-2. They alternated a 3-game winning streak with a 3-game losing streak to sit at 6-5, very much in the playoff conversation, but nothing to get too confident about. Then, at 7-6, they went on another 3-game winning streak, getting themselves back into the playoffs for the first time in 4 seasons. They finished 3rd in the AFC South, but that was good enough for the 6th seed. Of course, the Titans, and just about everybody else except maybe for the Colts, played the 2007 season under the shadow of the undefeated New England Patriots. The Titans had the opportunity to get the first crack at them if they could win their wildcard round game in San Diego. A Charger team that averaged nearly 26 points per game were only held to 17. Alas, all the Titans could muster was 6, tying their low for the season. Dissatisfying for sure, but still a decent accomplishment after averaging fewer than 6 wins the previous 3 seasons. The AFC South had suddenly become a very good division top to bottom, but with a pretty youthful team, Tennessee had to like their chances to contend the following season. They wound up doing a lot more than that. From seemingly out of nowhere, Tennessee rose to 13-3 with a much more dominant point differential of plus 141. The offense and strength of schedule was more middle of the road, but that defense was exceptional. Their C-score shot up to 22.344. And it all happened under unusual circumstances. Vince Young, the 3rd overall pick in the draft just 2 years earlier, was expected to be the starting quarterback. The potential was there with Young, a legend of college football, and a Rookie of the Year campaign in 2006. But something just wasn't clicking. Young did indeed open the season as the starter, had a poor first game, and wound up leaving that game injured. Veteran Kerry Collins stepped in and was steady if unspectacular. As Young returned to health, head coach Jeff Fisher stuck with Collins while the team was winning. And they did a lot of that, finding themselves at 12-1. But while all of this was going on, the true story of this team was its defense. Outside of that one loss, the Titans did not allow more than 21 points in any game. That's 12 out of 13 times that they allowed fewer points than the league average of 22. The big names were all there, the safety combination of Michael Griffin and Chris Hope. feisty cornerback Cortland Finnegan, and Albert Haynesworth before he got that $100 million contract. Despite booting their last game of the year, the Titans won the AFC South over the Colts and took the AFC's #1 seed for just the second time in franchise history. Still, no one took this team seriously as a contender, and it all boiled down to Kerry Collins. At this stage in his career, no one was confusing him for a superstar, but he alone wasn't a good enough reason to dismiss a team that won more games all season by multiple possessions, except for one. Oh, but that one team was the Baltimore Ravens, who were very unlucky to land the AFC's #6 seed. Then, Tennessee was unlucky to land Baltimore in the playoffs. The Titans went down 13-10, which seemed to verify the narrative surrounding them, but that was not the case. What they had, they earned, and they were truly an excellent football team. They were not an excellent football team in 2009, but they weren't a losing one either, at least not by the end. They managed an 8-8 record despite being outscored on the season by 48 points. Just like in 2001, their defense took a major tumble, dropping from second in points allowed to the bottom 5 of the league at 28th. It was an interesting season for Tennessee, but in the end, their C-score dropped below zero at -6.594. When Tennessee put up little effort to win the final game of the 2008 season, they could not have known that that would be the beginning of an 8-game losing streak. Of course, they lost in the playoffs, then opened this year at 0-6, punctuated by a brutal beatdown from the New England Patriots that ended 59-0 after a 45-0 first half. They had their bye week, then suddenly the lights started to come on. They won their next game, and the next one, and the next 3. Tennessee became the first team in NFL history to lose its first 6 games of the season, then go on to win their next 5. All of a sudden, a playoff berth seemed possible, but the hole was too deep. They went 2-2 over the next 4, ending with a 25-point home loss to the Chargers in the second to last game of the season, officially ending their playoff hopes. It was a spirited ride though, and the season will always be remembered for CJ2K. In just his second season, Chris Johnson earned that nickname by becoming the 6th player in league history to rush for more than 2,000 yards in a season. He also added over 500 receiving yards, setting an NFL single-season record with 2,509 scrimmage yards, a record that still stands even in the 17-game era. There was quite a bit to like with this team, but there was also quite a bit not to like. Take, for instance, that 6-game losing streak to start the season. The first 3 games were close, including one in overtime. The next 3 were losses by a combined total of 101 points. Naturally, that's helped on by a 59-point loss, but that counts just as much as the 20 and 22-point losses that preceded it. And they made up for most of that in a 47-7 beatdown of the truly putrid St. Louis Rams. There's also the fact that despite having arguably the single greatest running back performance of all time, the Titans only finished 16th in the league in scoring. Then, of course, there's the defense. Sure, they lost Albert Haynesworth to that aforementioned $100 million contract, but what a fall from grace. We already saw how their points allowed fell, but they dropped in all of these categories too. We focus on the pass defense because 3/4 of the starting secondary was in the Pro Bowl just the season before. It's admittedly a weird fit since many saw the 08 team as a fluke, and many will look at this 8-8 record and dismiss the notion of this team being a disappointment, especially after bouncing back from an 0-6 start. But that's exactly what they are. If further proof was needed, here it is. The 2009 Titans notch a disappointment score of -28.938. Very quietly, one of the best NFL teams of the 1990s, the Kansas City Chiefs hit a wall in 1998. They were quite disappointing, but not quite top 10 disappointing, taking our number 11 spot. 1996 Kansas City Chiefs season wasn't an ideal one. They did finish 9-7, but with a very small negative point differential. What they did was face the league's second hardest schedule, as has been common historically in the AFC West. They finished with a C-score of 3.796. Two other things are worth mentioning when referring to this season as not so ideal. The first is the drop-off from the Chiefs' performance in 1995, when they unexpectedly earned the AFC's #1 seed, only to go one and done in the playoffs, in large part due to a faulty kicking game. The second is that there would be no chance to make up for that in the playoffs because Kansas City failed to qualify. Things were looking good early on though. The Chiefs looked every bit the contender they were expected to be with a 4-0 start, including a 3-0 record within the division. A speed bump dropped them to 5-3, but they quickly defeated 3 straight NFC opponents, including the eventual Super Bowl champion Green Bay Packers, to rise to 8-3. Then came the fall, splitting their next 2 before ending things on a 3-game losing streak. Included was a home loss to the Indianapolis Colts, the exact same way their season ended the year before. That loss was especially painful because it wound up serving as the tiebreaker for the 6th seed, keeping KC out of the playoffs. It's unlikely they would have done much if they did make it, but in a season where the equally 9-7 Jacksonville Jaguars made it to the AFC title game in just their second year of existence, anything could have been possible. The Chiefs now trained their eyes on 1997. And they did quite a good job of zeroing in. Many equate this season with 1995, but this group was actually better in a few ways. They were 13-3 with an excellent point differential of plus 143. The schedule did relent some, but top 5 finishes in both points scored and points allowed is always gonna shine. Their C-score leapt forward to 21.893. The offense is one of the reasons 1997 checks out higher than 1995. While the Chiefs led the league in fewest points allowed in both seasons, they were 12th in points scored in 95, tied for 5th this season. Also more impressive was the competition within their division. The Denver Broncos suffered the same one and done as the #1 seed in 96, and now both teams stood as not only the AFC West's best, but the AFC's best as a whole. The Chiefs won the division, got the #1 seed, and once again fell at home in a low-scoring game. This time to the Broncos. To give the Chiefs some credit, Denver did go on to win the Super Bowl that season and again in the next. We'll get back to the 97 Chiefs more specifically in a moment. We did refer to Kansas City as quietly one of the best teams of the 90s. Only 2 teams won more regular season games, the 49ers and the Bills. They even had more wins than the 3-time Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys. If we narrow this down to just 1990 through 1997, only the 49ers had more. Since 1989, coinciding with the arrival of head coach Marty Schottenheimer and legendary linebacker Derek Thomas, the Chiefs never had a losing season. They also never won a Super Bowl, never even got to one, only made it to one AFC Championship game. The 1997 Chiefs personify all of this. They fielded an excellent defense and a solid offense that was all too often handcuffed by Schottenheimer, especially in the playoffs. Marty was a great coach, and he deserves all the respect he has earned over his career. One does not accidentally win 200 regular season games. But he was often timid in big situations, all too willing to get overly conservative. He would certainly be a square peg as a head coach in today's NFL. He is not solely to blame for 1997, but for better or worse, he has become the face of it. When you only coach not to lose, you're never coaching to win. The Chiefs' pattern of getting a #1 seed then missing the playoffs continued in 1998, but they took it a step further by finally dropping below 500. That 7-9 record can't be explained away by their schedule this time, with KC sitting in the middle of the pack this season. What can explain it away is their defensive performance, dropping all the way down to 22nd in points allowed. C-Score had seen enough, placing the 98 Chiefs at negative 7.721. I imagine there was a sense of dread from Chiefs fans entering the 1998 campaign, even more so than usual. 9 consecutive winning seasons, including 7 playoff appearances, 3 division titles, and 2 number 1 seeds, usually breeds optimism for a fan base. Not for the Chiefs, winners of only 3 playoff games alongside 5 one-and-dones, including, of course, both times as the number 1 seed. And then, an oboe, offering light, begging to be chased by a clarinet. A 4-1 start. Once again, 3-0 within the division. Maybe this is the one. Maybe the Chiefs can finally fulfill their championship promise. But no. Always no. It started with a devastating 30-point loss to the Patriots. It continued with 5 more losses, of course in consecutive fashion, leaving the Chiefs at 4-7. With 5 games remaining in the season, they had now accrued as many losses as they had in any full season, dating back to 1989. It only took 2 games before they guaranteed themselves a non-winning season. It took a further 2 games to guarantee themselves a losing season. And just like that, it was all over. The Chiefs sat in 4th place. They had but a single Pro Bowler, future Hall of Famer Will Shields, and after the season, Marty Schottenheimer submitted his resignation. It's tough to point at just one thing that went wrong with the Chiefs. Sure, they were still playing hot potato at quarterback between Elvis Grbac and Rich Gannon. The running game was a bit of a hodgepodge, and the defense fell well below expectations. But if there was one area where they truly fell off, it's in their penalties. Under Marty Schottenheimer, the Chiefs weren't exactly the best in the league at not committing penalties, but they had some good seasons, especially in 1991 and 1992. Then came 1998. 158 penalties for 1,304 yards. These aren't just bad numbers. They're not even just terrible numbers. They were the single worst in NFL history. To this day, that penalty number ranks 2nd all time, with the Raiders reclaiming their birthright at number 1. The yardage number isn't that much better, still sitting at number 3 all time. The 90s were a successful time for the Chiefs, but it was also a slow crashing wave. That wave finally hit the surface in 1998, and while that season serves as the disappointment for this 3-year stretch, it does the same for the preceding decade as well. We've finally broken out of the negative 28 range of disappointment scores, with the 1998 Kansas City Chiefs entering the countdown at minus 29.614. In one sense, it's surprising that the New York Jets have yet to appear on this countdown until now. In another sense, not so much, because they haven't had a whole lot of great seasons. The 1983 squad gets it done though, taking our number 10 spot. 1981 New York Jets found their way to a 10-5-1 record. Their offensive and defensive rankings are balanced, but this team was led by its defense. Playing the league's easiest schedule helped matters, but it did cap their C-score at 5.926. The 1970s were not a good time for the New York Jets. They had as many winning seasons that decade as the Jacksonville Jaguars, who of course only came into existence in 1995. To be fair, they did have 4 500 seasons. A bad 1980 didn't leave much hope for 1981. But the Jets were ready for the league, even if the league wasn't ready for the Jets. It looked like more of the same after an 0-3 start, including 2 different losses by at least 28 points. They would only lose to one other team the rest of the way, a season sweep to the Seattle Seahawks, during a time where NFL scheduling quirks sometimes saw teams play each other twice even when they weren't in the same division. Otherwise, they were 10-0-1 with 7 of those wins by multiple possessions. This was good enough to grab the AFC's top wildcard spot, not only marking the Jets' first playoff appearance since the AFL-NFL merger, but also becoming the first ever team to make the playoffs after an 0-3 start. The season ended the way it started though, with a loss to the Buffalo Bills. They gave up 31 points in each of those games, but this time they at least scored 27 instead of being shut out. Given their recent history, this season was an unqualified success, and they were ready to turn that into something real in 1982. The 1982 season was, of course, a weird time, with only 9 regular season games played. The Jets won 2/3 of those games though, doing so with a plus 79 point differential, the second highest total in the league. Against a top 5 schedule, they land a robust C-score of 27.068. In the intro to their 1981 season, we mentioned the Jets' defense. That was highlighted by one of the greatest team nicknames in NFL history, the New York Sack Exchange. Marty Lyons and Abdul Salam on the inside, first team All-Pro Mark Gastineau and future Hall of Famer Joe Klecko on the outside. They wreaked havoc on opposing defenses, but this year they had an offense to not only supplement them, but perhaps outshine them. Second-year running back Freeman McNeil led the league in rushing. Wesley Walker led an unheralded receiver corps, and center Joe Fields anchored a solid offensive line. In the end, the Jets' defense ranked 6th in the league, the offense ranked 4th. Because of the shortened season though, division standings were ignored and a single 8-team playoff field was created in each conference. Due to a series of tiebreakers, the Jets ended up with the 6th seed, but they proved their worth once the playoffs began. They crushed the defending AFC champion Bengals 44-17 in Cincinnati. They then went to Los Angeles and took out the number 1 seeded Raiders 17-14. Now in the actual AFC Championship game, the offense, shining so bright all season, failed to show up on a field more suited to mud wrestling than it was to football. The Jets and the Dolphins combined for 24 completed passes out of 58 attempts, 9 turnovers, and 14 points. It's just that all 14 points went to Miami, and the Jets' promising season was over with the sinking feeling that slightly different circumstances could have landed them in the Super Bowl. Given the abbreviated season, it's fair to believe that it should be discounted from this or maybe from any analysis. With the playoffs included, the Jets played 12 games, 75% of the scheduled 16, and 86% of the 14 that was standard just 5 years earlier. This, along with the Jets' overall performance, means they deserve their flowers. It also means that they deserve that smoke. 2 years of such great promise slowly crumbled away during their frustrating 1983 campaign. Everything here looks around the middle of the road, a 7-9 record, a negative 18 point differential, and a so-so strength of schedule. In accumulation though, it tracked into the negatives. Their final season playing within the actual boundaries of New York ended with a C-score of negative 3.729. The Washington Redskins beat the Miami Dolphins in the Super Bowl just the season before, but oddsmakers knew how good the Jets really were. Only the Dallas Cowboys were given better preseason odds to take the title. The Jets were co-favorites with the San Diego Chargers to come out of the AFC. There were real expectations here, even with a new head coach. Walt Michaels took over the head job in 1977, putting up a 23-39 record in his first 4 seasons. With the last of those records sitting at 4-12, and the New York media swarming like they do, the pressure was on, and Michaels wasn't always equipped to handle it. Reports vary, but the official line is that he resigned to take a break from football. Although he coached in the USFL, he never coached another day in the NFL in any capacity. Offensive coordinator Joe Walton was promoted into the top spot, and he had an adjustment period. Offensive numbers were down across the board for the Jets. We gotta do this on a per-game basis here given the 9-game schedule from 1982. But let's also throw in their league rankings to demonstrate this further. They did have more passing yards, but they were putting the ball up much more, as they also took a drop in net yards per attempt. All of this hurt the efforts of the New York Sack Exchange, especially Mark Gastineau, who led the league in sacks, made first-team All-Pro for the second straight season, and he invented his own sack dance, which the No Fun League eventually outlawed. This would be the brawl that put those wheels into motion. The Jets opened the season by defeating the Chargers in San Diego, before losing 2 in a row. This started an unfortunate trend for them, as they never lost any game this season in isolation. Their 9 losses came in the form of 3 2-game losing streaks and a 3-game losing streak. One of those 2 gamers were at the end of the year, sitting at 7-7 and still within striking distance of a third straight trip to the playoffs. Instead, they lost by 27 points at home to the Steelers, then by 20 points on the road in Miami. From a possible playoff appearance to last place in the AFC East in just 2 weeks. It's one thing to have expectations that are instead met by disappointment. But after 11 years of little to no hope before rediscovering those expectations, it's probably going to hurt just a little more. This is the story of the 1983 New York Jets. And they are now ready to take their place on this list with their disappointment score of negative 30.797. Given the time of this video's release, this is the most recent a team can be to make it onto this list. Coming off a Super Bowl appearance, the San Francisco 49ers faltered in 2024 and take our number 9 spot. After a surprising run to the NFC Championship game the year before, the Niners were keen on carrying that momentum into 2022. In the end, they had done just that, finishing 13-4 with a plus 173 point differential and a C-score of 21.379. They did play the easiest schedule in the league, in part because the NFC West was down from the season before, but that didn't matter so much early on in the season. A 21-point home loss to the Kansas City Chiefs had the Niners reeling at 3-4. Since we know their final record, we can deduce that they ended the season on a 10-game winning streak, with several of those wins coming in dominant fashion. 2 major storylines emerged for the 49ers this season. The injury to starting quarterback Trey Lance and the subsequent injury to backup quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo brought Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy into the starting role. And there was the midseason acquisition of running back Christian McCaffrey. Offense dominates headlines, of course, but the 49ers unit making the real waves was the defense, leading the league in several categories, foremost in fewest points and yards allowed. This brought them back to the NFC Championship game, where they were up against a powerful Eagles team. Many point to Brock Purdy getting knocked out of that game, and while that wasn't ideal, the truth is that Philly was the better team, especially on that day, and earned their victory in that game. With the Shanahan system in place, the offense was gonna hum, and the defense was literally tops in the league, so expectations heading into 2023 were high. And those expectations were met. They may have dropped to 12-5, but they increased their point differential by 20 points against the significantly harder schedule, landing number 3 finishes in both points scored and points allowed. Their C-score this season was 27.664. 13-4 the year before couldn't land them the NFC's number 1 seed, but 12-5 this year could. And with that, the 49ers made it to a 3rd consecutive NFC Championship game. But this time, they were finally able to break through and win it. It wasn't easy though, surviving a game Green Bay Packers team in the division round, then completing a comeback victory of the upstart Detroit Lions, where they certainly got a bounce or two in their favor. Back-to-back 3-point wins had them in the Super Bowl against a familiar foe, the Kansas City Chiefs. Not only were the Chiefs defending champions, but they defeated the Niners just 4 years earlier in the Super Bowl as well. Many will know how this game played out. A tense affair that needed nearly an entire overtime period to decide, but in the end, the Chiefs beat the Niners again. Yet another 3-point game that, this time, San Francisco was on the wrong side of. A franchise that had won its first 5 Super Bowl appearances had now lost their last 3. And wouldn't you believe it, for the 3rd time in a Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan, whether as an offensive coordinator or the head coach very much in charge of the offense, blew a double-digit lead and lost the game. Shanahan is unquestionably an offensive mastermind who can plug just about anyone resembling competence into his system and make it work. But as a head coach, and when in big moments, he has shown time and again that he falls short. A classic not good enough to win it all, but way too good to move on from kind of situation. Still, the team was loaded with talent. In fact, from an objective standpoint, they were probably the most talented roster in the league from 1 to 53. Minus the ridiculous 2020 season, the Niners were a Final Four team in 4 consecutive seasons. The time was right to finally get over the hump and win the organization's 6th Lombardi Trophy. Or so it seemed. With so many expectations rightfully placed on this team, they instead traveled the dark road of disappointment. Very little, if anything, went right for the 49ers in 2024, resulting in a big drop down to 6-11, their worst record and point differential since 2018. Most distressingly, they dropped down to 29th in the league in points allowed. They earned points for playing the league's hardest schedule, but not enough to secure a positive C-score, landing at -4.627. We can start the explanation right here. FTN Fantasy taking over from Football Outsiders, either way we're talking about Aaron Schatz here, has a metric called Adjusted Games Lost, or AGL. Instead of just adding up how many players missed games and how many games they missed, they take into account other factors, such as players leaving a game injured, players playing while dealing with some kind of injury, and, most crucially, the role that player was expected to have for the team. For instance, an injury to Trent Williams is treated with the greater significance that it deserves over an injury to Ronnie Bell. Back to these rankings. The Niners lead the way here at 141.2 AGL, with the 2nd place Raiders closer to the 8th place Lions than they are to 1st. And they were hit across the board, 2nd most AGL on offense, 3rd most on defense. No matter how you slice it, that's a lot of injuries, and that would challenge the depth of any NFL roster at any time period. You may notice how extraordinarily healthy they were the season before. Still, San Fran was hanging in there, beating the Buccaneers in Tampa coming out of their bye week to sit at 5-4. Then the losses started piling up, including back-to-back shellackings against the Green Bay Packers and the Buffalo Bills. They allowed at least 29 points in 5 of those losses, but in the other 2, where they only allowed 20 and 12, they still couldn't get the win. Injuries were a factor, of course, but another factor was that the team just didn't play all that well most of the time. Their only other road win came in Seattle, a favor the Seahawks then returned with a victory in San Francisco. The idea that teams coming off a Super Bowl loss were destined for failure the next season had faded somewhat over the years, with only 2 of the past 17 such teams landing a negative C-score, one of them being the Niners in 2020, and even then just barely. The Niners seem to be bringing back that trend though, putting up the worst such C-score since the 2006 Seahawks and the worst record since the 2003 Raiders. Very little solace can be found in that. Fingers can be pointed, external factors can be blamed, and every last bit of that can be legitimate beyond reproach. But none of it resolves this one simple fact. The 2024 49ers were a disappointment, and it's a season that both the organization and its fans want erased from their collective memories. We will place these Niners here at number 9 with their disappointment score of negative 32.291. 4 years earlier, they put together one of the greatest seasons the NFL had ever seen. 2 years earlier, they were Super Bowl champions. Now, in 1972, the Baltimore Colts were mired in disappointment, taking our number 8 spot. As just mentioned, the Baltimore Colts were Super Bowl champions in 1970. They were the single worst Super Bowl champion until the New York Giants came along in the 21st century, but hey, they hoisted the trophy at the end. Their C-score is 10.698. On the surface, even without considering their championship, things don't look too bad here. At 11-2-1, they had the AFC's best record, and would have been the number 1 seed had a seeding system been used back then. The problem was the AFC itself. With the merger now in place, the conference was made up of all 10 AFL teams, many of whom struggled this season to adjust to the enhanced competition. There was also the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were terrible in 1969, along with the Cleveland Browns and the Colts. The Colts wound up playing the league's second easiest schedule, but that's not the whole story. They played the third easiest schedule of the entire Super Bowl era. That gave them essentially free passage into the Super Bowl through the AFC, where they would meet the Dallas Cowboys, themselves nowhere near the heights they were achieving in previous seasons. And in maybe the worst Super Bowl ever played, sloppy play, poor special teams play, 14 accepted penalties, 11 turnovers, the Colts won on a last-second field goal despite having committed 7 of those turnovers themselves. With nowhere near the team they had just 2 seasons earlier, and with a rookie head coach, the Baltimore Colts were Super Bowl champions, the first such champions of what would now be known as the post-merger era. It is kind of hard to move up from here. But sometimes it's not too hard to find yourself with a better football team, and that's exactly what the Colts were in 1971. Their schedule and their performance got dramatically better, and they still managed an excellent 10-4 record. But C-Score will let you know how much better they really were with that score of 26.773. It's not to say that the old AFL had completely caught up with the NFL in 1971, but things had gotten a lot better. With that additional competition came greater challenges for the 71 Colts, and they were up to the task. They did suffer 4 losses on the season. The first 3 came against the Browns, Vikings, and Dolphins, all winning teams who made it to the playoffs. And all 3 of those losses were by a single possession for a total of just 11 points. Coming off a 14-3 victory over the Dolphins in their return match, the Colts sat at 10-3, having replaced Miami atop the AFC East, and sat poised, ready to win it for the second straight season. All they needed to do was defeat the 5-8 New England Patriots at home, and the crown was theirs. They played fine in that game, but they allowed a touchdown on a pick six, and then on an 88-yard catch and run from Randy Vajada. The Dolphins beat the Packers, and the Colts took the shocking upset loss, having been favored by 14.5 points. Miami reclaimed the division lead, relegating Baltimore to a wildcard spot. Now, there wasn't playoff seeding in 1971, but the wildcard team was always on the road. That didn't affect them in the divisional round, going to Cleveland and getting them back for their earlier loss in a breezy 20-3 victory. That set up the third and final showdown between the Colts and the Dolphins in the AFC Championship game. Miami's defense dominated, leading to a 21-0 victory and denying the Colts a second consecutive trip to the Super Bowl. As disappointing as that was, Baltimore had every reason to believe it to be a simple setback. Miami was still in their division, and they would be facing a tough road in that regard, but they had the talent and the experience to make another run at it. All they needed was some roster fortifications, and 1972 could very well be their year. Well, they wouldn't be on this list if that happened now, would they? The schedule did get harder, but they still dropped from second in the league in points allowed to 11th, and perhaps more distressingly, they dropped from 5th in points scored, all the way down to 20th. That added up to a lowly 5-9 record and a negative 17 point differential, a 190 point drop from the season before. Bad times all around for these Colts, with their C-score sitting at negative 6.912. Let's start off by talking about the Colts on the field. They were an aging team, personified by the legendary Johnny Unitas at quarterback. No longer the great player he once was, Johnny U was benched. That did not result in any improvement. Baltimore suffered consecutive home shutout losses. The first to the Dallas Cowboys, the team Baltimore beat to win Super Bowl V, and the second was to the Miami Dolphins on their way to an undefeated season. Thank goodness for the Buffalo Bills and the New England Patriots, the two teams who actually finished below the Colts in the AFC East standings. Baltimore got 4 of their 5 wins on the season from them, and after once again being shut out by the Dolphins in Week 14, this nightmare of a season was finally over. That was on the field. Now we look at off the field, and this involves a name that is none too popular in the Baltimore area, Robert Irsay. Making a very long story very short, Irsay became the owner of the LA Rams for about 4 seconds, then in the rarest of rarities, swapped ownership with Carroll Rosenblum of the Colts. That made Rosenblum the Rams owner and Irsay the Colts owner. The Irsay reign in Baltimore through March of 1984 was certainly a rocky one, and it all started right here. Irsay brought along Joe Thomas as general manager, and that's where a lot of the fireworks started. Friction between Thomas and head coach Don McCafferty led to McCafferty's firing after a 1-4 start. He is still the only rookie head coach to ever win the Super Bowl, and had the Colts in the Final Four in both of his full seasons. Despite that success, no one was confusing McCafferty for his predecessor, Don Shula, now leading the Miami Dolphins to unimaginable heights. With McCafferty out of the way, Thomas was basically running the show through interim head coach John Sandusky. Remember the Unitas benching we just mentioned? That just so happened to coincide with the change at head coach. He never started another game in a Colts uniform again, throwing just 4 passes off the bench the rest of the way, one of which was a 63-yard touchdown. A youth movement was the right thing for this franchise, but it was handled so poorly that the whole thing teetered on the verge of sadness. 5-9 was a flattering record for this team given how weak the AFC East was outside of the Dolphins. They did not go out in a blaze of glory this season. They did not burn out. They simply faded away. This is the last we have seen of this page. We now turn it one last time where we will find the absolutely most disappointing teams of the Super Bowl era. They are universally known as America's team. If that's the case, then all of America were sorely disappointed in the performance of the most recently completed season of the Dallas Cowboys, with this 2024 squad taking our number 7 spot. Even though this took place just under 3 years ago, it's kinda easy to forget just how good the 2022 Dallas Cowboys were. At 12-5 for the second straight season, they put up a plus 125 point differential with high finishes in both points scored and points allowed. That landed them a C-score of 18.462. Where they fell short was in sharing the NFC East with the Philadelphia Eagles. A late season shootout victory over Philly was nice and all, but Dallas still finished 2 games behind them in the division. Every NFL team this season with more than 10 wins were crowned division champions. All except the Cowboys, while 2 teams with single-digit victories landed that elusive divisional crown. One of those teams, the Buccaneers, got their clocks cleaned by Dallas in the playoffs, which probably felt good for them. What didn't feel so good was taking a second consecutive playoff loss to the San Francisco 49ers, and for the second straight season, ending the game in bizarre circumstances. This added more fuel to the fire of what had now become a decades-long stigma against the Cowboys, that they could be as good as anybody during the regular season, but couldn't get it done in the playoffs. They were the underdogs against San Francisco this season, but they certainly were not the season before. For all their talent and success, and they had plenty of both this season, external circumstances did not fall in their favor. That is acceptable to a reasonable degree. But in order to shake this stigma, further amplified by the presence of head coach Mike McCarthy, 2023 would have to not only keep the train on the tracks, but finally guide it to its ultimate destination. And so, for a third consecutive season, Dallas put up a 12-5 record, but they did so this time with an even greater flourish. Plus 125 was a pretty good point differential, but how about plus 194? They led the league in scoring and were 5th best in points allowed. The schedule wasn't daunting, but they mowed through it, landing a C-score of 21.82. That gaudy point differential, the second best in the entire league, came despite 3 different losses by 12, 21, and 32 points, the last of those, once again, coming to the 49ers. For you see, the Cowboys won 9 different games by at least 20 points. If you turned on a random Cowboys game during this season, there was better than a 50-50 chance that they were beating another NFL team by at least 20 points. And this time, circumstances were more in their favor. It was looking like they were heading toward a wildcard spot for the second consecutive season, once again at the expense of the Philadelphia Eagles. Instead, Philly collapsed down the stretch, going from 10-1 to 11-6. That gave Dallas the division title, landing them in a 3-way tie atop the NFC. They wound up as the second seed, with their West Coast nemesis as the first. A Cowboys-49ers showdown in the NFC Championship game seemed predestined, given their 3 consecutive playoff meetings during the 1990s. A major difference now, though, was that the number 2 seed no longer got a bye into the divisional round. No worries, though, no number 2 seed had ever lost to a 7 seed. Oh wait, yeah. Dallas didn't just lose this game, they were humiliated. This 48-32 final score means nothing. It was 27-0 and 48-16 at various points. The stigma was now a narrative. It's fairly well known, and has been mentioned before on this channel, that the Dallas Cowboys have not so much even been to an NFC Championship game since the 1995 season. What might be lesser known is that this 3-year run from 2021 through 2023 marked the first time ever that a team won 12 or more games in 3 straight seasons without once making it to the conference championship game. With their season once again prematurely over, could all their talent and all their success possibly be extended for one more season? Could the Cowboys finally make something of themselves? That would be a resounding no. If Dallas's record from 2023 downplayed them somewhat, then this 7-10 record in 2024 flattered them tremendously. They dropped from first in the league in scoring to 21st, but points allowed? Only the NFL record-breaking Carolina Panthers were worse. For the 3rd straight season, their point differential was in the triple digits, but this time in the negatives. That's where their C-score was too, minus 14.837. That point differential of minus 118 represented a drop-off of 312 points from the season before. These Cowboys were, on average, more than 18 points per game worse. Let me analyze that really quickly. Yes, I have come to the conclusion that that is really bad. A common thread with most, if not all, the teams that have landed in this disappointment countdown is injuries. Dallas had its share, and like any other team in the NFL, or any sport really, they didn't do as well while missing some of their best players. But there are 2 issues here. The first is Mike McCarthy and his inability to handle this kind of adversity. Already known as less than a Rhodes Scholar in terms of his game management and play calling, this lack of adaptability exposed the weaker areas of the Cowboys roster, in particular its depth. With defensive coordinator Dan Quinn moving on to become the head coach of the Washington Commanders, and doing so with great success, there was no one to coach the defense up to the point where they could even meet their potential. That is how a head coach with 3 straight 12-win seasons doesn't get an extension heading into the final year of his contract. When the season was over, that contract was not renewed. The second issue is the specific injury of one player, quarterback Dak Prescott. Prescott is a fine player, better than fine, and his backup, no matter who it is, will always be lesser than him. Missing 9 games, as he did this season, will affect the Cowboys' ability to win games, but it's not the sole deciding factor. But maybe this is. This would be the 6 biggest salary cap hits for the 2024 season for offensive players. Of course, the Cleveland Browns might be American professional sports' biggest dumpster fire, so having Deshaun Watson on top of this list seems appropriate. But Prescott is second. Was Dak Prescott the 2nd best offensive player in the NFL in 2024? No, he wasn't the 2nd best player on his own offense. His cap hit is 49% higher than Patrick Mahomes. Is Dak Prescott 49% better than Patrick Mahomes? I don't think so. Let's get the full top 10 now. Prescott's cap hit is 81.6% higher than Josh Allen's. Is he 81.6% better? Come on now. This takes away a team's ability to build a team. There is no one-man show in the NFL, not over the long term anyway. One man can do a lot, but Dak Prescott ain't that man. The Cowboys learned all this the hard way with their disappointing 2024 season. Well, maybe they learned it. Gaps of more than 1 point had been hard to come by for the majority of this countdown, but this next gap just missed 3 full points, with the 2024 Cowboys disappointment score crashing down to negative 36.657. If there was any team in this top 10 that could be thought to have flown under the radar, it would be this team, the 1976 Buffalo Bills. Not known for achieving a whole lot of success before the 1990s, the Bills did show some life in the mid-70s before this clunker of a season. The 1974 Buffalo Bills were a solid, if unspectacular, team. That 9-5 record looks pretty good, better than a plus 20 point differential, and double-digit rankings across the board in points scored, points allowed, and strength of schedule. This all landed them a C-score of 3.668. After playing for the AFL Championship as the 2-time defending AFL champions, and the right to go to the very first Super Bowl in 1966, the Bills fell on really hard times, going 17, 64, and 3 over 6 seasons between 1967 and 1972. For a little perspective, the Miami Dolphins won that many games in 1972 alone. 1973 saw them turn things around with a 9-5 record, which they of course duplicated here in 1974. It wasn't easy though. A 7-1 start, with that lone loss coming to the now back-to-back reigning Super Bowl champion Dolphins, was followed by a 2-4 finish, including yet another loss to Miami. Since the 1970 merger, no team had earned a wildcard spot with 5 losses in either conference. This season, though, the Bills were the first to do so. They had to go to Pittsburgh in the divisional round, though, and with the Steelers on the road to a dynasty, Buffalo fell in fairly straightforward fashion. But that didn't dampen what they had accomplished. For one thing, they are the last NFL team to win a game without a single completed forward pass, something that is highly unlikely to ever happen again. With the debut of a new logo and uniforms and a second consecutive winning season, it felt like something new was on its way in Western New York. Already armed with one of the most dedicated fan bases in the nation, the time of the Buffalo appeared to be nigh. And even though the scoreboard didn't always show it, this was a dramatically improved team in 1975. Their schedule got a lot harder, and in response, the Bills just came out and led the entire league in scoring. The defense didn't always do its part though, and they got stuck at 8-6, but that C-score shot up to 15.357. We say it a lot on this channel, but only because we mean it, and also because it's true. C-score exists for situations like these. Strictly by their record, the Buffalo Bills were a better team in 1974 than they were in 1975. But a deeper look, a more thorough look, tells us this is not the case. They improved their point differential by 45 points, itself a telling indicator, but they did so against much harder competition. If Tulane went to the SEC next season and won 1 fewer game than they did this season, are they a worse team? Yes, that's an extreme example, but the point still stands. Buffalo won 6 games by multiple possessions, 5 of those by at least 14 points. They also had a losing record in 1-possession games, going 2-3, including their first 2 losses after a 4-0 start. We mentioned that they led the league in scoring this season. Well, they did more than that. They set the post-merger record with 420 points scored, exactly 30 per game. They were the highest scoring team of the entire 1970s, even accounting for 2 extra games and rule changes benefiting offensive football in 1978 and 1979. It wasn't until the record-breaking offense of the 1983 Washington Redskins that another team surpassed 30 points per game in a full season. From 1984 to 1997, only 3 more teams accomplished the feat. The 91 Redskins and the 94 49ers are top-level Super Bowl champions, while the 1984 Miami Dolphins went to the Super Bowl and lost to a top-level Super Bowl champion. To summarize, this was a fantastic offense that was unfortunately saddled with the 3rd worst defense in the league. They were the first to lead the league in scoring that didn't make the playoffs, something that has only happened 5 times in total. Surely, even with some offensive regression, an improved defense and a more forgiving schedule could lead to something better in 1976. I suppose it would have had any of that come to fruition. The schedule did become much easier, but there wasn't a damn thing these Bills could do about it. The defense remained pretty bad, but the offense got much worse. After 3 consecutive winning seasons, the 1976 Buffalo Bills were right back to their ways from 1967 through 1972, going 2-12, getting outscored by 118 points, and sinking to the depths of C-score at negative 25.176. Things started badly before the first snap of the season. O.J. Simpson, the team's star running back and arguably the most famous athlete in the United States at the time, was in a contract dispute. It got to the point that Simpson asked for a trade. He got signed right before the season started, but it wasn't enough to prevent Buffalo from losing its first 2 games. They faced the expansion Tampa Bay Buccaneers the following week, becoming the first team to allow the Bucs to score any points of any kind in a slim 14-9 victory. They then hammered the Kansas City Chiefs the following week in a vintage Buffalo Bills offensive performance by a score of 50-17. At 2-2, the Bills were back and ready to unleash another offensive onslaught. They only made it halfway to 50 points one more time all season, and even that was in an 18-point loss. Buffalo lost 10 straight games to end the season at 2-12. Only the aforementioned Buccaneers were worse, and only their expansion brethren, the Seattle Seahawks, were just as bad. Even though O.J. Simpson eventually got his legs under him and went on to win the rushing title, the effect of his holdout continued to linger. Head coach Lou Saban was angered by the way the holdout and subsequent re-signing was handled by owner Ralph Wilson. 5 games into the season, with the Bills sitting at 2-3 and nowhere near the calamity that would eventually arrive, Saban resigned as head coach. His replacement, Jim Ringo, was a Hall of Fame player, primarily for the Green Bay Packers. His coaching career would not follow suit, for as we know, his interim stint produced exactly 0 victories. Losing quarterback Joe Ferguson, the NFL leader in touchdown passes the season before, didn't help. But even worse was his replacement, Gary Morangi. His 7-game stint as a starter that season is the worst single season produced by a qualifying quarterback ever, at least since the merger. Worse than Ryan Leaf, worse than Jamarcus Russell, the absolute worst. And of course, the defense was still a mess, whose best player was probably linebacker Merv Croker. Mass props to you if you remember Merv Croker. One last note on O.J. Simpson here. This was his 4th rushing title in 5 seasons. The one season he didn't win it, that was the season Buffalo made it to the playoffs. Always remember, football is a team sport, and the 1976 Buffalo Bills were a bad and a disappointing team. We stated that the 76 Bills are probably the most under-the-radar team we've seen at such a high stature, but they absolutely deserve their spot here at number 6 on account of their negative 40.533 disappointment score, a drop of nearly 4 points from the 24 Cowboys and our first team under negative 40. Knowing a disappointment is coming might lessen the blow ever so slightly when it eventually arrives, but it stings nonetheless. After several years of close but no dice, the 1994 Houston Oilers told the world that they would stink. And yeah, that's exactly what they did. Despite the infamy attached to this season, and believe me, we will get to that, the Houston Oilers were pretty darn good in 1992. 10-6, point differential near 100 points, and top 10 finishes in both points scored and points allowed, adding up to a C-score of 14.147. Those 6 losses, 5 by a single possession and none by more than 10 points, were a problem though. More specifically, being swept by the Pittsburgh Steelers by a total of 6 points was a problem. That left Pittsburgh at 11-5, not only winning the AFC Central, but landing the number 1 seed in a less than stellar AFC. A difference of 1 game in the standings shunted the Oilers all the way down to the number 5 seed and a trip to Buffalo for the wild card round. I think most of us will know what happened next. Houston took a 28-3 halftime lead, extended that lead to 35-3, then blew that 32-point lead and lost 41-38. For nearly 30 years, this stood as the largest blown lead in NFL history. It remains the largest blown lead in playoffs history. And what's worse is that had the Oilers won this game, there was every chance that they could make a run to the Super Bowl. Buffalo certainly did. This was their 6th consecutive season in the playoffs, 5 of which came through the wild card, but they had yet to even make it to the AFC Championship game. It begged the question, could a more wide-open offense really work in the postseason during this era of the NFL? It proved capable of winning a lot of games, but could it win championships? 1993 would be the last chance to answer that question, one way or the other. Regular season mission accomplished. The Oilers were stellar in 1993, pairing the 4th highest scoring offense with the 4th stingiest scoring defense to go 12-4 with a plus 130 point differential. Only an easier schedule kept the C-score from even further heights, eventually landing at 19.537. It isn't often that the hiring of an assistant coach gets a lot of attention. Except maybe when that man is Buddy Ryan. In a sense though, Ryan was brought in as the head coach, specifically of the defense. Ryan wasn't so much a fan of the Oilers' run-and-shoot offense, which he called the chuck and duck, something I found hilarious 32 years ago, and still find hilarious today. He did not get along with offensive coordinator Kevin Gilbride either, both from a professional and a personal standpoint. So naturally, during a nationally televised game, Buddy took a literal swing at Gilbride on the sideline. And had Gilbride not lost his balance, and had players not immediately gotten between them, then 2 old dudes that were presumably on the same side were gonna throw down like they were Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe. This during a long winning streak for the Oilers. Did I forget to mention that they started the season 1-4? Yes, I think I did. Believe it or not, these Oilers actually played this season on top of all the other drama. Seemingly still hungover from the Buffalo game, Houston looked cooked when Buffalo beat them again, this time 35-7. But they came on with an 11-game winning streak to end things at 12-4. That won the AFC Central and gave the franchise its first ever first-round bye as the AFC's number 2 seed. With as good a shot as ever to finally make it to the AFC Championship game, they instead lost at home to the Kansas City Chiefs alongside this iconic Keith Cash touchdown celebration. Keep in mind that Houston beat KC 30-0 during the regular season. Buddy Ryan and Kevin Gilbride wasn't the only drama surrounding this team. There was David Williams and Babygate. There was the tragic Jeff Alm situation. Then there was the proclamation from owner Bud Adams before the season regarding what the Oilers might look like in 1994 if they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. And he didn't paint a pretty picture. It turns out he wasn't bluffing. Like a stolen car being stripped for parts, the 1994 Houston Oilers roster was picked dry, and most of what was left behind wasn't worth the salvage. They sunk like a stone from 12-4 to 2-14. Their point differential was almost the exact opposite, from plus 130 to minus 126. And with the run and shoot gone, they were the lowest scoring team in the league. Saved somewhat by their schedule and other factors, their C-score wasn't too terrible, but still very bad at negative 21.283. So what did Bud Adams say about the 1993 Houston Oilers? In so many words, under the threat of the impending salary cap and the team's propensity for performing well enough to make it to the playoffs, but never performing well enough in the playoffs, that if they didn't make it to the Super Bowl, then he was blowing up the team. This is an incomplete list of players from the 1993 squad that weren't around in 1994. Cornerback Tony Brown, gone to the Seahawks. Guard Doug Dawson, gone to the Browns. Wide receiver Curtis Duncan, not retained and subsequently retired. Defensive end William Fuller, gone to the Eagles. Defensive end Sean Jones, gone to the Packers. Linebacker Wilbur Marshall, gone to the Cardinals. First team All-Pro punter Greg Montgomery, gone to the Lions. Quarterback Warren Moon, gone to the Vikings. Guard Mike Munchak, retired. Defensive tackle Lee Williams, released and subsequently retired. In total, 21 different players, combining for 191 games played and 103 starts from 1993, were not back for 1994. Someone else who wasn't back? Buddy Ryan, who after an objectively successful stint as the defensive coordinator, was given one last shot at head coaching glory with the newly named Arizona Cardinals. Best friend Kevin Gillibride did not join the Cardinals staff with Ryan, and he also did not survive the season as offensive coordinator, getting fired alongside head coach Jack Pardee after a 1-9 start. Cody Carlson, the NFL's highest paid backup quarterback, was supposed to lead the way. Instead, he only started 5 games, didn't play all that well, got injured, then never played in the NFL ever again. The Oilers gave it an honest go of things in 1994, though. 8 of their losses, more than half, were by a single possession, including 6 by exactly 3 points, one of those in overtime, and a whole nother one by 2 points. 7 losses by a combined 20 points. That's rough. 4 of those 3-point losses came in consecutive games during the middle of the season. Still, the goal is to win games, and this team only won 2. To make things worse, finishing with the league's worst record only landed them the number 3 pick in the draft as the NFL added 2 expansion teams in 1995. They did show enough that interim head coach Jeff Fisher was kept in the job, which he went on to hold for 16 full seasons. Anyone could have seen this disappointment coming from a mile away, but it was still endured, and it remains long in the memory well of sadness. This was a close call between numbers 6 and 5, with the 1994 Oilers taking their spot with a disappointment score of negative 40.82. We've had a few reigning Super Bowl champions make it onto this list, and while the 2022 Los Angeles Rams have the worst ever C-score for a defending champion, the biggest drop-off belongs to this team, right here at number 4, the 1987 New York Giants. As part of a continuous rise upward, the 1985 New York Giants showed themselves to be approaching the NFL's elite. Going 10-6 with a plus 116 point differential through great balance on both sides of the ball, they put together a C-score of 10.16. Of course, the 1985 season belonged to the Chicago Bears, and after winning their wildcard game against the defending champion 49ers, the Giants were tasked with taking on the future champions. They were shut out 21-0, but that's just what happened against the Bears this season. The Giants had themselves a year though. After going through the first 15 seasons of the Super Bowl era without a single playoff appearance, this was their third in 5 seasons. For the previous 19 seasons of the Super Bowl era, in other words, its entirety up to this point, they had only one other season with a double-digit C-score back in 1972. They had 0 double-digit win totals until this one. They didn't win the NFC East this year, but they were at least tied for the best record within the division, another Super Bowl era first. And every single one of their losses came by a single possession, including a 1-3 record against the Cowboys and Redskins, with whom they tied for the division lead. Otherwise, they were a perfect 7-0 in games decided by multiple possessions. Now in their third season under Bill Parcells, the pieces were starting to fall into place for this team. 1986 was going to mark 30 years since the last and only post-World War II championship won by the franchise. The NFC was a tough place to do business, but the Giants had to believe they were gonna have a chance. I'd say they availed themselves quite well. New York leapt to the head of the class in just about every way imaginable, snagging a 14-2 record, landing top 10 finishes in points scored, points allowed, and strength of schedule, and dominating the playoffs on the way to a Super Bowl championship. C-Score awarded them with a gargantuan 37.478. This was the team that popularized the Gatorade shower. This was the team with an all-time great defensive nickname, the Big Blue Wrecking Crew. This was the team that put the first of 8 Super Bowl rings on the finger of defensive coordinator Bill Belichick. But their success this season was neither predestined nor immediately evident. They started the season with a loss. Then, sitting at 5-2, they won 6 consecutive games, but only by a total of 22 points, each and every one of those by a single possession. Their final 3 games proved more dominant, landing them that 14-2 mark. Most of the time, that would land a team the outright number 1 seed. But the Chicago Bears were still here, and they too finished 14-2. That second loss by the Giants was to the Seattle Seahawks, who in 1986 were members of the AFC. That gave them 11 wins within the conference, and with it, the all-important tiebreaker over Chicago. That was gonna come in handy when these two inevitably met in the NFC Championship game. Except the Bears failed to make it there. Instead, the Giants took the opportunity to take down the Washington Redskins for a third time and entered Super Bowl 21 with all the momentum in the world. They trailed at halftime in that game against the Broncos before rampaging their way to a 39-20 victory. At long last, after years as the NFL's doormat, the New York Giants were the toast of the town, Super Bowl champions, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that they were now the very best the NFL had to offer, bar none. At 45, head coach Bill Parcells was still a young man. Only 5 regular players were at least 30 years old, with the roster's average age sitting at just 26. The arrow wasn't just pointing up for this team, it was heading toward the clouds. Thoughts of a dynasty were not unfounded. The 1987 season awaited. Now, 1987 didn't really turn out in the way that anybody expected for a variety of reasons. But for the New York Giants, things certainly went awry to a degree that was both unexpected and disappointing. They went up against a difficult schedule, but their performance against it suffered in every way. Their official record was 6-9 with a negative point differential, driven by downturns in both scoring and preventing scoring. All told, their C-score dropped to negative 3.363. Before diving into the Giants' season, let's quickly, and I do mean quickly, discuss the events of 1987. A players' strike after Week 2 canceled Week 3, with Weeks 4 through 6 played by replacement players and a handful of regular players, members of the NFLPA, who crossed the picket line and joined with the replacement players. It was a mess in the end, with only 15 of 16 games played, and only 12 of those resembling proper NFL football. For the Giants, only 2 players crossed the picket line for their Week 6 game against the Buffalo Bills. Backup quarterback Jeff Rutledge, who drew the start in that game, and the reigning NFL MVP, all-world linebacker Lawrence Taylor. The Giants lost that game 6-3 in overtime, as well as losing the rest of their replacement games. Coupled with an 0-2 start to the season, that left the defending Super Bowl champions at 0-5, not mathematically eliminating them from playoff contention, but doing so in every other way. Once the strike ended, the Giants fared much better, winning 3 of their next 4 and only losing tough road matchups the rest of the way. But the damage was already done. Aside from the replacement games, New York put together a 6-6 record, certainly unbecoming of the expectations that were rightly foisted upon them given their sheer brilliance from the season before. Expecting identical results is not realistic, of course, but to conclude anything other than their having fallen short of their goals would be disingenuous and, quite frankly, dishonest. But those replacement games still linger. They have long cast a shadow over this season, and this entry from this team on this countdown started to kick me into gear. What would the Giants' 1987 season look like without the replacement games? Not to try and figure out what those games would look like, that would be pure speculation, but erasing them from the record and having the team be judged on the merits of the other 12 games? Okay, that we can do. This is what the complete 1987 Giants season looks like. C-score still negative 3.363. Now a side-by-side with their adjusted numbers. The schedule got a little easier, but everything else improved. And their C-score is positive. So did they get screwed as it pertains to this countdown? Yep, they sure did. But teams get screwed all the time, through bad calls on the field, through injuries, through terrible ownership, through an endless array of items that bring utmost utility to the word if. This is just one very unique way to birth a disappointment. So the official record is that the 1987 New York Giants landed a negative C-score, and therefore take their place at number 4 on this countdown, just ahead of the 1994 Houston Oilers, with their disappointment score of negative 40.841. After knocking on the door for a few years, the Oakland Raiders finally advanced to the Super Bowl after the 2002 season. Little did they know the horrors that lay beyond that door. It's from the next season, in 2003, that we find our number 3 entry. Coming off a very strong 2000 season, the Raiders were still pretty darn good in 2001. They won the AFC West at 10-6 on the backs of a high-scoring offense. Their defense and schedule strength left a little to be desired, but that C-score was still solid at 11.054. Oakland hosted and defeated the New York Jets in the wild-card round of the playoffs before taking a trip to snowy Foxborough, Massachusetts to take on the surprising New England Patriots. I think we mostly know what happened here. It was one season earlier where Rich Gannon was forced out of the AFC Championship game on a play that would 20 million% be a penalty today. Still stinging from that controversial loss, the Raiders got another one put on the ledger. Only 3 words need to be spoken here: the Tuck Rule. After that, Adam Vinatieri made the greatest field goal in NFL history, and the Raiders were ignominiously taken out of the playoffs for a second straight season. It's really hard not to let one apple spoil the bunch here, but Oakland still had a season to remember for good reasons. They made by far the most impactful free agency signing of a 38-year-old wide receiver by bringing in Jerry Rice, who did Jerry Rice things like only Jerry Rice can. Their 6 losses were all by a single possession and by a grand total of only 24 points. And Charles Woodson was in his 4th Pro Bowl in 4 seasons. There was some concern about an aging roster, but by and large the results were there. The Super Bowl window was still open, and their owner was hungry to get one more Lombardi trophy. 2002 was gonna need to be that time. 12 AFC teams finished 500 or better in 2002. 9 of them finished with winning records, but only the Raiders and the Tennessee Titans got as high as 11-5. The Raiders beat the Titans though, giving them the number 1 seed. This was an excellent team that was obscured by that record, as their C-score lands at 26.022. How excellent was this team? How about top 6 finishes in points scored, points allowed, and strength of schedule? Since the 1970 merger, when the NFL had a minimum of 26 teams per season, these are the other 5 teams to accomplish this feat. Since the expansion to 32 teams, only the 2009 Patriots joined the Raiders here, and they barely do so. Oakland suffered an odd 4-game losing streak after opening the season at 4-0, including 2 overtime home losses, before going on a tear in the second half. They did all of this without the head coach who brought them out of the shadows just 4 seasons earlier, John Gruden. We brought up the Raiders' owner without mentioning him by name. Of course, we are talking about the one and only Al Davis. Philosophical differences between Gruden and Davis arose over the years, which then became personal. With Gruden unlikely to continue as the Raiders coach beyond his current contract, and with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers looking to make a splash hiring, having already missed their first choice in 49ers head coach Steve Mariucci, a perfect storm had arrived. And just like that, John Gruden was the head coach of the Bucs. Under new head coach Bill Callahan, the Raiders did what they could not do under Gruden. They made it to the Super Bowl. So too, though, did the Buccaneers, now under Gruden. One problem for Oakland, outside of the whole Barrett Robbins situation, they didn't really change anything under Callahan, and the Bucs pretty much knew what was coming in that game, resulting in a 48-21 blowout where the Bucs scored an unbelievable 3 defensive touchdowns. Other Super Bowls have had larger margin of victories, but there was something about this game that made it feel worse than any of those. Down, but not completely out, the Raiders were resolved to give it one more go in 2003. Oh boy. Alright, let's just get into this. The 2003 Oakland Raiders were simply terrible. Their strength of schedule ranking may have improved, but the actual strength of that schedule dropped slightly. To then see everything else crater is a bit jarring. 4-12, a negative 109 point differential, and in the bottom 10 in both points scored and points allowed. This kind of performance wreaks havoc on a team's C-score, and here now we have these Raiders at negative 15.724. While the roster officially had a lower average age in 2002 than it did in 2001, they added John Perella, Bill Romanowski, and Rod Woodson to the defense, combined age 106, an average of more than 35 per player. The Raiders' leading passer in 2002, their 5 leading rushers from the running back position, and their 2 leading receivers at wide receiver checked in at a total age of 267, nearly 33 and a half years old per player. Every one of these players were at least 30, including 5 different running backs where the aging curve generally takes a sharp decline at 30. Just about every single one of these players came back in 2003, along with other 30-plus-year-olds and a fresh crop of new ones having celebrated that particular birthday this year. In all, 19 different players, 30 years or older, played for Oakland this season. There's not a rule that says football players stop becoming good after 30. Many players can even hit their peak during this time. But holy smokes, 19 makes for a lot of players, and yeah, none of them were peaking. NFL rosters have aged out before, but none so spectacularly as this team. All this information was widely known, of course, but the Raiders remained among the favorites to win the Super Bowl. At 12-1, they were tied for the 4th shortest odds in the entire NFL, with only the Miami Dolphins bigger favorites in the AFC. The aging roster was likely seen as seasoned, ready to make one last run. But things fell apart quite swiftly after a 2-2 start. 6 different times these Raiders failed to score more than 10 points in a game. 6 different times they allowed at least 27 points in a game. They had a handful of other closer losses, but they only won one game themselves by multiple possessions, none by more than 10 points. It got so bad that head coach Bill Callahan had this to say in part: "We've got to be the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game. It's embarrassing, and I represent that." Yep, you sure did, Bill. 1 year after appearing in the Super Bowl as a rookie head coach, Bill Callahan was fired with a losing record in the regular season. He was never an NFL head coach again, except for on an interim basis. In the same way a stadium implosion can be accomplished much more rapidly than the construction of that stadium, so too did the 2003 Oakland Raiders completely fall apart in such short order. From the second place team in the NFL to the second pick in the NFL draft, seemingly overnight. What an absolute disappointment. And with that disappointment comes a disappointment score. They kept it barely within a point of the 87 Giants, taking this 3rd spot at negative 41.746. They were supposed to be the next great dynasty, owners of arguably the most impressive offense in the history of the league. The St. Louis Rams would be looking to shake off the shock of losing Super Bowl 36 in order to return to their glory in 2002. Instead, they disappointed to such a degree that they have landed the number 2 spot on this countdown. The Rams ended what was a terrible decade for them in 1999 with an astounding Super Bowl championship. This follow-up in 2000 saw the offensive prowess return, but not so much on defense. Still, they were 10-6, made it to the playoffs, and landed a C-score of 7.762. The gap between the Rams' offense and defense this season wasn't just large, it was seismic. So much so that it's the largest such gap that exists in the Super Bowl era. C-score bears that out, but the raw numbers tell a similar story. They became the first team of the Super Bowl era to lead the league in both points scored and points allowed. They remain the only team to ever do so. While they weren't last in yardage allowed, they were 3rd to last in yards allowed per play, 2nd to last in percentage of drives ending in points, and of course last in defensive C-score. On the flip side, the offense was amazing. As a team, they shattered the NFL record with 5,492 passing yards. They became the first, and to this day, only team in NFL history to have two different quarterbacks each with at least 2,000 yards passing. Trent Green cleared 2,000, while Kurt Warner cleared 3. All while the team's running back, Marshall Faulk, was taking home MVP honors. But in the end, the glaring lack of defense held this team back. They conceded the NFC West title to the New Orleans Saints and lost to that same Saints team on Wild Card Weekend, ending the defense of their championship. If the Rams could just get halfway back to the defense they had in 1999, then 2001 would certainly see them get right back into contention for that second Lombardi. They did better than that. The Rams came back with a vengeance in 2001 with a team that, in the eyes of many, was better than the 1999 team. They had a better record at 14-2 while going up against a better schedule. C-score gives the 99 team a 33.597. C-score gives this team a 38.424. The offense was the offense. St. Louis became the first team to score 500 points in 3 consecutive seasons, and the first team to collect 3 straight MVP awards with more than one player claiming the award. But the defense was back. The main reason was the addition of future Hall of Famer Aeneas Williams, who had arguably the best season of his career. Other reinforcements and the return to form of London Fletcher and Grant Wistrom brought them back into the league's upper echelon, 7th in points allowed, 3rd in yards allowed. This was also the 3rd consecutive season where the Rams started at 6-0. Instead of losing 6 of their next 9 like the 2000 team did, the Rams lost just twice more the rest of the way. Single possession losses to the Saints and Buccaneers, with both of those games incidentally at home. Their 14-2 record landed them the NFC's #1 seed, where they dismantled the Green Bay Packers 45-17 in the divisional round. In this game alone, the Rams had 6 more interceptions than the 2025 New York Jets had across their entire 17-game season. A tougher and closer game with the Philadelphia Eagles awaited them in the NFC Championship game, but the Rams had little problem winning and making their return to the Super Bowl after a 1-year hiatus. There's a lot to unpack with this one, including the potential beginnings of Spygate and some other conspiracy theories regarding events of the year. Yet, the deciding factor in this one was the monumental mismatch at head coach between the Rams' Mike Martz and the Patriots' Bill Belichick. With one of his game plans already in the literal Hall of Fame, Belichick pulled out another masterpiece in this one. The Patriots were Super Bowl champions, and anointment of a Rams dynasty, seemingly a foregone conclusion, had to be put on hold. It would be on the 2002 team to bring that back. There have been worse teams than this in league history. In fact, we rank 7 different teams in 2002 alone below the St. Louis Rams. But after the season they just endured, after the 3 previous seasons they had just endured, none shocked the system quite like this one. The Rams dropped to 7-9, missed the playoffs, and fell into the bottom 10 in both points allowed and, shockingly, in points scored. Their C-score plummeted down to negative 8.363. As mentioned, the Rams started each of the previous 3 seasons at 6-0. They almost turned in the exact opposite performance this season, coming out of the gates at 0-5. This was punctuated by an emphatic 24-point loss to the San Francisco 49ers, who they had defeated in 6 consecutive contests. A 5-game winning streak immediately followed, but they had seemingly run out of gas. A 3-game losing streak followed that one, this one punctuated by an absolute beatdown at the hands of the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs' head coach was Dick Vermeil, who only 3 seasons earlier had led the Rams to their Super Bowl glory. 2 more wins couldn't reverse the damage, and the Rams sat with a losing record and no invitation to the playoffs for the first time since 1998. Kurt Warner, the 2-time league MVP, looked less like Dan Marino this season and more like Jameis Winston, unable to avoid interceptions. The NFL is widely recognized as a copycat league, and that Belichick game plan from Super Bowl 36 spread like wildfire. Injuries were a factor as well, resulting in his heyday with the Rams coming to an abrupt halt. Marshall Faulk, a former league MVP and one of the most dynamic offensive players in NFL history, also struggled with injuries and would never find his unique form again. The defense took a collective step backward. Aeneas Williams, in his last season as a cornerback, missed 10 games, and while the offense was turning the ball over more than any other team in the league, the defense wasn't getting it back nearly as much. That left their turnover differential at -19, the worst mark in the NFL. Earlier in the video, we stated that the Belichick-Martz head coaching matchup in Super Bowl 36 was the biggest mismatch in the history of that game. We stand by the statement, but we wish to clarify that this is strictly at the head coaching position. No one should ever question Martz's impact on the Rams and the NFL as a whole with his offensive expertise. He was the only choice for the job when Dick Vermeil left the team. He just never could make adjustments, and this Rams team, despite suffering their share of injuries, drastically failed to live up to what was reasonably expected of them. It wasn't an issue of reclaiming a lost dynasty anymore. It wasn't even an issue of staying competitive. It was an issue of remaining relevant. One loss in dramatic fashion on that field in New Orleans sprawled into a massive disappointment from which escape did not appear to be an option. We've gotten accustomed to these gaps between scores growing as the countdown nears its end, but we have hit a new high with this one. The 2002 Rams surpassed the 2003 Raiders by more than 5 full points, landing their disappointment score at a lowly -46.787. We've counted down 32 teams that qualified as the biggest disappointments of the Super Bowl era. We started with the 2000 Buffalo Bills. We last left off at the 2002 St. Louis Rams. And now, with the dust all settled and the smoke all cleared, we have but one team remaining, the single most disappointing team of the entire Super Bowl era. So many great seasons, so many legendary moments, so many luminaries of the game whose names are whispered with awe and reverence throughout great halls. An edifice of greatness whose foundation collapsed under the weight of lost hope. The 1999 San Francisco 49ers are the single most disappointing team of the Super Bowl era. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you've stuck with us for this entire series, I cannot express to you my gratitude. If this is your first stop with us, I invite you to click on the playlist as provided in the description of this video. It's been a labor of love, and you can show the love back simply by liking this video. If you're so moved, take some time to share it along with the playlist, and if you've yet to do so, consider subscribing to the channel and dinging the notification bell. I always want you to stick around to the end of the video, of course, but do make sure of it for this one, because we're going to have a lot of tidbits for you as we close this series. Until then, let's get this thing started. The 49ers were simply the 49ers in 1997, doing what they had done in just about every season since 1981. They were 13-3, put up a triple-digit point differential, landed top 10 finishes in both points scored and points allowed, and finished with a C-score of 15.192. The Niners faced one particularly unique challenge this season. when in its very first game, Warren Sapp's dirty play tore Jerry Rice's ACL and MCL. Whereas Brandon Ayuk has missed more than 15 months of action with a similar injury during a time of infinitely advanced medical technology, Rice was back in 15 weeks. He didn't just suit up for the cameras though, he scored a touchdown against the eventual Super Bowl champions. All of this did need to be said because there is now, and there will forever be, only one Jerry Rice. Under new head coach Steve Mariucci, and due to Rice's injury and Steve Young's concussion concerns, this 49ers team was defined more by its defense, sending 5 of its members to the Pro Bowl, a tally that did not include Bryant Young and Tim McDonald. The 49ers have always had the defense to match its offense, even if newspaper headlines never said so. We mentioned that this team finished in the top 5 in both scoring and points allowed. This is nothing new. Outside of the shortened 1982 season, the Niners finished in the top 10 in both categories every single season since 1981 except for one. Out of those 15 seasons, 10, including this one, comprised of top 5 finishes in both categories. Oh, and they won 5 Super Bowls during a time of serious competition in the NFC. After finally overcoming the Dallas Cowboys in 1994, the Niners came across a new enemy the following season in the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay eliminated them from the playoffs that season, again in 1996, and once again here in 1997, this time in the NFC Championship game. The Niners would undoubtedly be a contender once again in 1998, and if they could just find a way to beat Green Bay, perhaps they could ascend to the mountaintop one last time. Big surprise, the Niners went 12-4 while outscoring their opponents by 151 points. The offense was on point with the return of Jerry Rice and the true emergence of Terrell Owens, but the defense fell off some, dropping out of the top 10 in points allowed. They put up a top-notch C-score of 25.195. It's also worth mentioning that Garrison Hurst had himself a career season, while the offensive line was as sturdy as ever. In any other season, the 49ers would have easily had the NFL's most feared offense. But this was 1998. We had the record-breaking Minnesota Vikings, who could roll out of bed and put up 30 points. We had the reigning Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos, with the league's MVP Terrell Davis becoming just the 4th player in league history to run for over 2,000 yards. And there was the Atlanta Falcons, members of the hilariously named NFC West. The NFL considers all this business the West, with their weakness-free offense that could hurt you in every way imaginable. And it was Atlanta, a more balanced team on the whole than the Niners, who won the division, relegating San Fran to just its 3rd wildcard berth in franchise history, even though they were 12-4. The NFL's only other team with at least 11 wins that didn't win its division, the Green Bay Packers. So for the 4th season, and for the 3rd time in San Francisco, it was gonna be 49ers Packers in the playoffs. It took a mighty heap of controversy. Yes, Jerry Rice 100% fumbled on this play, which should have ended things in a Packers victory. But in the end, Terrell Owens finally hung on to a pass, and the 49ers had finally gotten past the Packers in a playoff game. All of this just to make it to the division round where the Falcons awaited. The Niners lost this game 20-18, but it never felt that close. And the 49ers were once again beneficiaries of a bad call on a potential turnover when trailing by 14 in the first half. Not so coincidentally, instant replay returned to the NFL in 1999 after a 7-year hiatus. Oh, and on the very first play of the game, Garrison Hurst suffered an injury that didn't quite end his career, but it kept him out for 2 seasons and left him a shell of his former self. Another great season by normal standards, but another one left unfulfilled as San Francisco failed to make it to the Super Bowl. This would now be the longest gap between championships for the 49ers during their dynasty. It was for that reason, and a few more, that 1999 felt like a make-or-break kind of year that would define the early part of the 21st century for the franchise. There's a fairly well-known scene from The Office where Kevin drops a giant pot of chili. Here, I'll show it to you. Now imagine 100 Kevins and 100 bowls of chili. Throw in 100 broken eggs and 100 cartons of spilled milk. This is the 1999 San Francisco 49ers. Edward Murphy didn't know of these 49ers when he created his law 50 years earlier, but he was absolutely talking about them because what could go wrong did go wrong. They were bad at everything. You can see the numbers here. They landed a C-score of negative 27.795. It's almost impossible for an NFL quarterback to be underrated, but if I could name 2, it would be Dave Craig and Steve Young. This is the final play of Steve Young's Hall of Fame career, and this play became the avatar for the 49ers this season. We're going to come back to this play in due time. The Niners may have finished 4-12 this season, but that record is deceptive. They started the season 3-1. 2 of their 3 wins were by a single possession, all 3 coming by a total of 23 points. Their loss was a 38-point annihilation by the Jaguars, who, in fairness, turned out to be one of the best teams in the league this season. At 3-1, they went to St. Louis. The Rams, terrible for 9 straight seasons, were off to a hot start. The Niners had beaten the Rams in 17 consecutive games going back to the 1990 season. If the Rams were for real, they had to win this game. If they were for real, they would win it handily. I'd say a 42-20 victory that was never in doubt qualifies as handily and then some. The Niners then lost a close game to the Panthers before getting clobbered again, this time by the Vikings. What was the significance of this? It was their 3rd consecutive loss. The San Francisco 49ers had not lost 3 consecutive games since opening day of the 1981 season. The last time they lost 3 in a row within a season was nearly 19 years earlier. This longevity is unmatched and will never be matched again. But it didn't end there. The losing streak hit 8 games by the time it finally ended. But after they won that game, they ended the season with another losing streak of exactly 3 games. There was nothing positive about this team. They were showing their age. They had maintained roster excellence over the years, but the salary cap implications were coming home to roost. There was some good drafting in there, think Terrell Owens, but it was far outweighed by some Freddy Krueger-inspired level of horror, as in horribly terrible drafting. The roster was quickly becoming a piece of Swiss cheese that was no longer cheese, only holes. No area was hit harder than the secondary. Football Outsiders declared the 49ers pass defense as the 2nd worst they had ever tracked. The 49ers' shattered visage lies. No thing beside remains. Ground and decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Back to this play. In the backfield, ostensibly in pass protection, is Lawrence Phillips. Phillips was selected by the St. Louis Rams with the 6th overall pick in 1996 with the explicit intent to replace Jerome Bettis. Phillips's football talent was undeniable, but he had what we could gracefully call a troubled personal history. Dick Vermeil took over the Rams head coaching job in 1997 and did everything he could to help the troubled Phillips before finally giving up. The 49ers eventually took a chance on him, and he let Aeneas Williams go right by him, delivering the final concussion that ended Steve Young's career. This is a man that Dick Vermeil gave up on. Do you know what it takes, what you have to do, what you have to be to get Dick freaking Vermeil to give up on you? But the Niners brought him in. Why? Because they had an opening in their backfield, an opening created by Garrison Hurst's injury from the season before. Why did Hurst get injured? Because the 49ers were playing the Falcons in Atlanta in the divisional round of the playoffs. And why were they even in that game? Because the 49ers erroneously defeated the Packers the week before when the referees missed Jerry Rice's fumble, giving the 49ers another chance. This series of events does not single-handedly bring the 1999 49ers to their station as the most disappointing team of the Super Bowl era, but it sure does make for an appropriate book cover. Cosmic retribution is a thing. I've lived long enough and seen plenty enough to know that. Sometimes the punishment fits the crime and sometimes it feels lacking. But then there are times that it hits like a giant meteor, hurtling its way through space onto an unsuspecting surface of sadness. Life has larger meaning than this, but in the sports arena, a sacred realm unto itself, such are the 1999 San Francisco 49ers. Let's go ahead and fill out this list before closing this bad boy out. The 2002 Rams set the record for largest gap between entries at number 2. That record is now in the dust. Here come the 1999 San Francisco 49ers, surpassing them by more than 6 points, with their disappointment score of negative 52.99. If this number was a C-score achieved by an NFL team, it would have surpassed the 1976 Tampa Bay Buccaneers as the single worst C-score of the entire Super Bowl era. Let me know what you think about all of this. And by all of this, I do mean all of this. Whether it's this Niners team, any Niners team, any team we have discussed on this countdown, or anything else you may have on your mind. The comment section is your playground. Thank you for sticking through this video, and thank you for watching this series, and thank you for being a fan of the channel. If you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it, then you had one hell of a time. One more thank you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And until next time, I hope you have an awesome day.